by having Victor explain our translation services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Muy buenas noches. Gracias por reunirse una vez más a esta reunión del Concejal Municipal de Half Moon Bay. Le queremos dejar saber que esta reunión será interpretada en el español. Para poder acceder al canal de audio, usted tendrá que hacer clic en el botón de interpretación. Va a ser un icono del globo o un mundo en la barra de tareas de esta plataforma de Zoom. Después de eso va a aparecer un menú y de ahí podrá usted seleccionar su idioma. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Welcome, everyone. And for those who would like to take advantage of our Spanish translation services, you'll see a link on the bottom of your screen. Okay. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Jimenez.
Here.
Councilmember Rohraback.
Here.
Councilmember Penrose.
Here.
Vice Mayor Reddick.
Here.
Mayor Brownstone.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. We begin with our public forum. And for those who are attending a council meeting for first time or other times, the way we handle a public forum is if you go into the participants list, you'll see next to your name the ability to raise your hand. And then depending on how many folks we have who would like to comment, let's see how many minutes we assign. And at this point, at public forum, you only comment on things that are not agendized in our agenda. So items that are not in, when you look at our agenda in number 2, ordinance and public hearings, or 3, resolutions and staff reports. We do not have the public at this point comment on any of those items. You'll have an opportunity to comment on those items later on when we discuss those agendized items. So this is for any comments about anything else going on that's on your mind that's not agendized. So I'm going to give another minute for folks to raise their hand. Okay, so
Give me 1 second,
Yeah.
Robert. The timer did not come over, so I'm trying to.
okay. So based on, as Jessica's getting the timer ready, if you look on your screen, there will be a timer that'll show up. And we will allow each speaker 2 minutes to speak. So please do be aware of that timer, which we're still trying to hook up here.
I'm not seeing it, so I will time on my phone until I can get it to come over. I'm not seeing it in the attendees, so I need to restart it. But our
Okay.
first speaker is Ruby Salazar. Ruby, you have 2 minutes.
Listen for the alarm that will hear on your end, Jessica. Is that right?
Mhm.
Okay, so this will be an audio alarm that'll go off and we'll
Okay,
tell you that
thank
your
you so
time's up.
much.
Thank you, Ruby.
Okay,
Go ahead,
good
Ruby.
evening, Half Moon Bay. Thank you. Good evening, Half Moon Bay City Council. My name is Ruby Salazar and I work with the Youth Leadership Institute, and I'm here today to speak on the need for affordable housing in Half Moon Bay. Housing in Half Moon Bay has always been expensive. In a 2019 Half Moon Bay City Housing Study Session report, we see how on average, asking rent price is that of $3,100 and how a person would need to earn approximately $120,000 per year to be able to afford rent in Half Moon Bay based on the federal government standard of 30% of gross household income for rent. We also see how 25% of households in Half Moon Bay have an income of less than $50,000 per year, with 30% of them being renter occupied. This is to show that there is a need for affordable housing and our community has spoken up about it. In a YLI focus group conducted in May of 2019, youth participants were asked, has your family considered moving out of Half Moon Bay because of the cost of housing? What factors did they consider? A youth participant shared how they did not think there was any affordable housing around Half Moon Bay. Another participant shared that many youth couldn't afford to live here after graduation. One even mentioned that some would like to, many won't because there's not a lot of future here for them. In another focus group conducted by YLI, we heard youth share about the struggles with their families paying rent on time and how stressful that can be month to month. Youth mentioned being scared about thinking how they will pay for college with seeing their families struggling to pay rent. Our youth don't see a future here in Half Moon Bay. Many wish they could stay here but can't due to the lack of affordable housing. As a youth participant from YLI myself, I have been advocating for affordable housing to this council, sharing my experiences of how afraid I was that I would have to leave this beautiful town I call now. Later, I can no longer afford to live here. In fact, I have already moved away and fear that I will move even further away from my home on the coast as the years go by. Dear Half Moon Bay City Council, we city is gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruby.
Thanks, Ruby. Next, we have Paul Grigoriev. Paul, you have 2 minutes. Paul, can you unmute yourself?
Roger, I'm muted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, council members, staff, and my fellow citizens. My name is Paul Grigoriev, and I'm a 9-year resident of Half Moon Bay. My topic tonight is affordable housing. As far as I know, the least well-off members of our community were already suffering grievously from the serious lack of affordable housing in Half Moon Bay and on the coast side. And this was before COVID closed in on us. Now, under COVID, the suffering of these neighbors of ours has been intensified. Many families who were barely able to afford to put a roof over their heads before COVID have now been forced to rely on weekly food banks simply to feed their families. The education of the children in these families, and indeed their mental health, has suffered serious damage. The pressures and tensions of their battle to survive in our community have battered our low-income residents, and many have been forced to move away from Half Moon Bay to make ends meet. This in turn has put serious pressure on many employers in our city and on the coast side, and has severely hurt our visitor-serving, tourist-centered economy, further depressing it and hindering our recovery. It seems to me that there are few issues on the council's agenda that should receive more urgent attention from you than solving the housing crisis facing our low-income population. It's morally untenable and economically unsound for us to put off attending to this problem any longer. And I hope you'll take seriously the comments you hear tonight and commit to taking decisive action to solve them. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Paul. Our next speaker is Gloria. Gloria, you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
we
thank
can.
you.
Okay, good. My name is Gloria Stoffen, and I live in Pacifica as a homeowner for over 50 plus years. Also, I'm a member of St. Peter Catholic Church and a leader of Pacifica Faith in Action Bay Area. I want to first thank you for your support of the Coast House, formerly known as the Coastside Inn, and also for your services to the community. It's never easy in making major decisions that have become controversial and that directly affect the community of Half Moon Bay. I'm here reaching out to you as council members to listen to the Coastside Latinx neighbors who are struggling because of the scarcity of affordable low-income housing on the coast. Last week's Pacifica Tribune, Farms, Workers Squeezed by Cost of Housing, addresses the fact that many of Half Moon Bay's farm workers are or have already left the area because of the lack of low-income housing. Also, many families are living in small quarters with other families in order to pay the rent. Half Moon Bay, according to the Pacifica Tribune, has a cost of living almost 2.5 times that of the US average. And the availability of farm labor has become a major concern along the coast side. I certainly do echo the Latinx community's concern. I urge you as city council members to address the shortage of low to very low income housing on the coast and to move forward on seeking out funding resources, state, federal, so that the coast won't lose or displace any more of its essential workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria.
Our next speaker is Phil Marshall. Phil, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Evening, everyone. I guess one of the main things I learned in this COVID-19 pandemic is just how much we depend on the whole supply chain. So not just the farm workers, but also everybody working in the grocery stores and the cafes and restaurants. All these people that spend, their whole days in masks, making sure that we have food to eat, but putting themselves and their families at risk. And so, thinking about the conditions that many of our minimum wage workers have to live in, overcrowded or having to move away, it's really bothering. And I think I agree with the other speakers that are asking for the council to take an urgent look at this. I'd like to hear more about all the things that the city is doing to try and address address the housing crisis. The city owns land downtown. Is it looking at developing it for affordable housing? I'd love to hear more about that. I'd like to hear about whether revisiting the minimum wage level in the city to help people afford what housing there is going to be on the agenda. And what else can be done elsewhere in the housing market to make space for families on lower incomes. So it'd be good to hear about all of this, and also to hear what the rest of us can do to help in this. And just urge you all to action, and thank you for everything you're doing so far. I definitely appreciate the stance you're taking on ADUs to make sure that they're part of the solution, not part of the problem. So thank you for that, and looking forward to hearing more.
Thank you, Phil. Our next speaker, Sue and the Angel.
Hello.
Hi.
It's going to be both myself and my grandson speaking, so there's 2 of us.
Okay.
My name is Sue Henkin-Haas, and I live in San Gregorio. I want to encourage the council to address the urgent need of affordable housing on the coast. I know that some of you might be thinking, she lives in San Gregorio, so why is she talking about this at the Half Moon Bay City Council meeting? Both my son and daughter graduated from Half Moon Bay High, and my grandson is currently a student there. We are in the Cabrillo Unified School District and have been paying taxes for decades. My daughter, who wanted to continue living on the coast, made a decision to move to Stockton, where she and her family could afford a home. My son made the decision to leave the country and has built a home for himself in Ecuador. My grandson lives with us. The reason he lives with us is because his father, who lives in Half Moon Bay and has lived there his entire life, has not been able to find affordable housing, although he and his partner have been looking for many years. They are living with their parents. There are 3 families sharing one home. People tell them to move out of the area, but this is their home. Their family is here. Their friends are here. This is their community. They want to stay, but are feeling forced out. My husband and I are older, and we've been living on the coast side for almost 40 years. So we have a home and have a bedroom for our grandson. We are happy to have him. That is not the issue. But no family should need to be split up because of the exorbitant cost of housing on the coast. I know this is a challenging problem, and it's not easily resolvable. And I don't expect miracles. But I do think it is incumbent on you to make it a priority and at least try to address it. Thank you. And next would be my grandson.
Hello, my name is Angel Jimenez, and I am currently a student at Half Moon Bay High School. I, like many other children of low-income families, have felt the growing pains brought on by this housing crisis. To give a taste of my past struggles with housing, I will share with you a description of my living situation from my early childhood. In the year 2013, my sister was born, and my stepmother moved in with us, with me and my father. 4 of us lived in a 12 by 12 room sharing a single bed. Despite this, we were a happy family, but as time went on, I began to grow, so there was often no space for me on the bed. So this is when I started sleeping on a mattress at the foot of our bed. So after a while, I began to become tired of sleeping on the ground, so I had to sleep with my aunt. And after I became too old for that, I moved into the laundry room, but soon the laundry room became too small. So after this, I had to move in with my mother's parents over here in San Gregorio on the farm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Maureen Fleming. Maureen, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, good evening. I would like to ask that the City Council consider the format of using Zoom meetings instead of setting it up as Zoom webinars as they have been doing. And I ask this because a webinar generally is similar to a seminar where information is pumped out and down, similar to a professor. And so if it were a meeting, you would get more of a sense of a true meeting and participation. In other words, all participants can see how many people are in the room or on the screen and at the meeting. And you can also, if you were in a live meeting, you would be able to engage in conversation with one another. And so the webinar format blocks any chat from one participant to another. So again, I just ask that you change the format to Zoom meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we need to reset the clock to 2 minutes. Yeah.
Joanne, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good evening to all of you. My name is Joanne Rakoski. I live in El Granada, and I'm a member of Faith in Action Bay Area and the Coastside Immigrant Advocacy Group. As a Coastsider, I'm keenly aware of how high housing costs and limited availability of affordable housing have impacted residents on the coastside. I applaud the courage of my Latino neighbors, such as the woman from San Gregorio and her grandson, who are speaking out about how the housing crisis has impacted them. Over the many years that I worked as a home health nurse, I saw firsthand the health effects of living in overcrowded and often unsafe housing. Now, COVID infections highlight the increased risk from living in overcrowded conditions. As a member of Faith in Action Bay Area, I've heard the stories of housing insecurity throughout San Mateo County. And locally, I have listened to the stories of families who cannot find anywhere they can afford to live on the coast side. Perhaps it's easy for those of us who are housing secure to avoid seeing this reality for our neighbors and to raise objections to any new project that might increase housing density, impact traffic, etc. But we will see the reality as our local stores and restaurants increasingly cannot find staff to hire at low wages, or when agricultural businesses reduce their crops because there are no farm workers to harvest them. I believe that Half Moon Bay must consider all innovative solutions in a coordinated way that will benefit all of our coastside housing challenged neighbors. All possible options need to be considered. For example, the safe parking program that is now being considered for RV dwellers in Pacifica and has been implemented in Redwood City. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Our next speaker is Suzanne Moore.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Moore, and I'm a retired nurse practitioner from the county and currently volunteer as a board member for Healthcare of the Homeless and Farm Workers Program. I also sit on the policy committee of the Housing Leadership Council and have worked on housing advocacy issues with Faith in Action Bay Area and Coastside Faith in Action. I'm speaking tonight for myself and in support of courageous Half Moon Bay Latinx who are before your council tonight to discuss low and very low income housing deficits in our coastal communities. As a former healthcare provider, I've seen firsthand the impact of housing stability on life and health. As a housing advocate, I am well aware of housing inequities that impact people of color, the disabled, elders, and low-income families most egregiously. This moment in time, when homelessness is being increased by the economic downturn of the COVID pandemic, and when communities are working to develop their housing elements, our communities have the opportunity to prioritize low and very low income housing and create intermediate paths while housing is planned and or under construction. The coast is making some progress. I'm grateful that this council elected to support Coast House as a means for unhoused on the coast to seek permanent housing. I know that the Mid-Penn project at Cypress Point is much needed, though controversial development, and I'm aware that Half Moon Bay and other coastal communities are developing housing elements which will embody our housing priorities. Please do what you can to promote resources for our unhoused, protect low-income residents from displacement, and create low-income housing so desperately needed on the coast. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Next, we have Shauna.
I'm Shauna Pickett Gordon. I've lived in Montera for 31 years. I'm a member of Faith in Action Bay Area, and I'm on the Community Advisory Committee for Coast House, a program that I am so proud our community is supporting. The beautiful fruits and vegetables I buy at the market come to me from the roughened, sunburned hands of people whose daily work is far too physically demanding for me or any of my neighbors. We expect to have the fruits of their labors, and so we consider their work essential. Yet, if they want to live indoors with heat and plumbing, as I do, their salaries don't even begin to cover coastside housing. The average $25,000 a year ag worker's salary falls pathetically short of the almost $3,000 a month, sometimes over, average rent for a one-bedroom apartment in Half Moon Bay. So they crowd up, of course, and share whatever's available with way too many people. And has COVID ever taken a tragically heavy toll on those who must live or work in crowded conditions? And this terrible disconnect between salaries and housing costs affects many others as well. Retail and service workers, teachers, nearly all who are there for us whenever we need them. The coastside doesn't even have enough housing at any price to meet demand. And please understand, I detest the idea of overdevelopment, especially with our infrastructure needs and the capacity of our roads. And I know there's no easy answer here, but if essential work is to continue on the coastside, if we value what those workers produce, then we should make it possible for them to afford housing here. Very low cost, safe, comfortable housing, a lot more of it. We need to have this as a huge coastside priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna. Next, we have Linda Goldstein. Linda, you have 2 minutes.
And I'm a member of Faith in Action on the Coast Side and Bay Area. I'm also the articles curator for the Coastside Immigrant Advocacy Group, and I'm social action chair for the Coastside Jewish community. I believe that the farm workers on the coastside deserve our support. Housing is an extremely important issue. The farm workers earn very little money for their hard labor, and they can't afford decent housing. I ask that you consider all avenues to achieving housing for the farm workers. Decent housing is needed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karina Leibowitz. Karina, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. We've heard from a lot of compelling speakers tonight on this issue. Ruby, who started us off with a fantastic set of data, further compounding what a huge loss it is to our community that she can no longer live here. Sue and Angel and their families told us their story. And we've heard from a lot of others articulating a lot more eloquently than I'll be able to do the need for additional affordable, truly affordable housing on the coast. We've heard about this at this meeting and at prior meetings from many of our neighbors, community members, that they and their children are being forced to leave. I think that's not only heartrending at the human level, but also a huge loss to our community and an erosion of what makes Half Moon Bay special. I don't want to live in a community of only ultra wealthy homeowners and vacation homes. I do believe that this is a true harm and a challenge to the local economy. I appreciate what the city has done to date. I know you've been working hard on this, and we also need more. I ask the City Council to please put together a plan for addressing this crisis. I urge that this plan be bold and multifaceted. It should consider not only strongly incentivizing and allowing the construction of affordable housing and requiring that it is truly preserved as low and very low income housing, but building it, allocating land, looking closely at the wage requirements and minimum wage. I urge that the plan you come up with include a timeline for action, and please let us know how we can help you in this important work. Thank you.
Thanks, Karina. Our next speaker is Mark Pizzolato.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Mark Pizzolato. I've been a resident here in Half Moon Bay for 25 years, and I'm, I guess, the first person to talk about the short-term rental subject that was on the agenda, at least I believe to be on the agenda for tonight. I have one point that I would like to have formally codified, specifically.
Mark, I'm sorry. If you're talking about the short-term rental ordinance, that is an agendized item that is coming up later this evening.
Oh.
And there will be plenty of time for public comment. This is during public forum. It's talking about anything other than agendized items. So if you don't mind being patient and waiting, that would be great.
I'll be glad to wait. No problem.
Okay, I appreciate your patience. Thank you, Mark.
Okay.
Next we have Allison L.
Thank you. I just want to echo the public comments around the need for affordable housing in Half Moon Bay and the importance of coastside workers who are able to live in Half Moon Bay. This is really sad to me that Ruby Salazar has had to move out of Half Moon Bay. She's a leader in the community, and it's really sad that someone doing the work she is can't afford to live here. I agree with Paul Gregorio that this is a moral issue that really needs to be taken seriously. We just can't accept families of 4 or 5, or at times even more, trying to sleep in one bedroom. In the small amount I know about the housing in Half Moon Bay, I know that this is a difficult problem to solve for multiple reasons, but I truly believe we can solve this as a community. I want to encourage leadership in Half Moon Bay to prioritize this issue and consider making a working group of residents who are impacted by this to help come up with solutions. Finally, I want to ask that it be very low income housing that is prioritized, although we do need multiple levels of low income housing on the coast. There should be housing available for people who are making 25, 30, or 40,000 a year, which is what grocery store workers and farm workers are making. Thank you for your public service and commitment to all of your residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. And next we have Norma Zavala. Norma, you have 2 minutes. Norma, if you could unmute yourself. Okay, we will.
Jessica, she might need direction to navigate to unmute. It's in Spanish.
Okay, Victor.
activarlo para que la podamos escuchar.
Nicholas, hold on 1 second. Victor, could you help Norma?
Yes, of
Comments?
course. Muy buenas noches, Norma. Si usted quiere dar su comentario público, lo único que tiene que hacer es desilenciarse. Si usted está usando un teléfono, va a haber un icono, un símbolo de un micrófono y ahí puede desilenciarse. Si está usando una computadora, lo mismo va a estar en la barra de tareas. Ok.
Creo que ya lo logré.
Sí, ya le podemos
No, no.
escuchar.
Ay, disculpe, no lo podía activar, nomás le movía y le movía.
No se preocupe, no pasa nada. Señora.
Sí.
Si quiere seguir adelante, puede seguir con su comentario. Lo único que le pido es de que mantenga los trozos manejables para que de esa manera todo el mundo pueda escuchar lo que usted tenga que decir.
Ok, muy bien, gracias.
Bueno, adelante, por favor.
Ajá, pues yo estoy aquí en esta reunión también porque es muy importante lo de las rentas, los costos que están subiendo mucho y es muy difícil para uno para pagar renta y todo. Y lo que estoy mirando, las rentas están subiendo mucho. Entonces sería muy difícil, pues, para poder sobrevivir, estar pagándola.
Okay, muchas gracias. Well, I'm here in this meeting because I think it's very important, the rent and all, and the costs with everything. It's going up a lot, and it's difficult to, pay the rent. I'm seeing same thing, that the rent is going up a lot, so it's hard to survive. Gracias, señora. Adelante.
Y también sería como que pues lo que a mí me gustaría, que las rentas no siguieran subiendo tanto, porque entonces va a llegar el punto que pues no vamos a tener para la renta, para la comida, los demás gastos, entonces va a ser pues muy difícil y muy preocupante.
Gracias. And also, it would be nice I'd like to see, no more rent increases, no more rent increases that go up a lot, because, we won't have money to pay for food or rent or the rest of our bills, and it will become very concerning. Adelante, señora.
Ajá, pues esa es mi opinión, y también estoy trabajando con personas que ahorita están buscando rentas, no encuentran. Hay personas que tienen que hasta dormir, algunos hasta en carros, por el costo de las rentas, que no lo pueden pagar. Y es muy preocupante porque trabajo con familias y siempre nos están preguntando por una ayuda de rentas. Y para nosotros es muy difícil porque no podemos encontrarles un lugar también a ellos. Y para mí, yo me estoy haciendo como otra persona que yo también estoy buscando en renta. Entonces, yo estoy en esa crisis y estoy tratando de ayudar a otras personas que están pasando por lo mismo. Y es muy difícil.
Okay, gracias. So that's my opinion. I'm also working with other people and finding, places to stay, helping them with the rent. And I've seen that some people are now even sleeping in their cars. And so it's very concerning. And so, again, I'm helping out other people to help them with their rent. And it's hard because we can't find them these types of places. And now I'm also, having difficulties too. So we're going through this crisis. We're trying to help others out. And unfortunately, this is where she cut off.
Okay, well, thank you, Norma. Thank you, Victor, for the translation. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Victor. It looked like we may have just lost her. Can you hold on one sec in case this next,
Sure thing.
if we need any more translation, Cecilia? Penaloza?
Oh, hi, my name is Cecilia, and I just want to say that we urgently need affordable housing. I work in the community, and I always see families coming to us asking to see if we have like a space for them to rent, and it's really hard to find affordable housing here. But I also want to point out that all the prices are increasing. Food prices are like skyrocketing. Families are really struggle to pay rent, and they have to consider like other like bills, food. And I also want to point out that besides needing affordable housing, I think we need to make applying for affordable or for housing more accessible. I've helped families where they try to apply to housing, but they ask for social security, credit scores, and a lot of our undocumented families don't have that. Yeah, and that's why we need affordable housing and maybe a better way for them to apply. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. Our next speaker is Patty Ramirez. Patty, you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me? ¿Me escuchan? ¿Me escuchan?
Victor, you're muted.
Sí, así lo escuchamos.
There you go.
Gracias. Mi nombre es Patti Ramírez. Quiero agradecer primeramente al concejal, a todo el miembro de la mesa de concejal, y sobre todo quiero volver a insistir y abogar por esta comunidad de Half Moon Bay, especialmente por los hispanos, en esta cuestión de vivienda, que la hemos estado viviendo desde hace años. Escuché el comentario de Rubí Salazar y estoy de acuerdo con ella. Y también he estado escuchando.
Señora, déjeme traducir eso y después seguimos con su comentario. So, good evening. My name is Patty Ramirez, and first and foremost, I'd like to thank the council. And I do want to say that I insist with this housing crisis. I advocate for the Hispanics, and I heard, and this has been going on for years, and I heard with what Ruby, was it Salazar, mentioned, and I totally agree with what she said. Gracias, señora. Adelante.
Y también lo que mencionaba la señora Norma Zavala es muy cierto. Abogamos, buscamos viviendas para las personas de bajos recursos y es imposible encontrar un lugar a los precios tan exagerados que tienen en esta comunidad de Half Moon Bay.
Okay. Gracias. So also what Norma Zavala mentioned is very much true. You know, we help, we try to advocate for people, and we look for places for the low-income people, but it is impossible to find places with such exaggerated prices. Gracias.
Y pues espero que la vez pasada que yo hablé, me prometieron que iban a tratar de dar una solución al caso de vivienda y no sé si ya tienen alguna respuesta a esto.
Gracias. So, and I hope, because the last time that I spoke, I was told that there might be some kind of solution, and so I'm wondering if there's a response to this.
Y yo sé que está en sus manos y también trato de que ustedes sean considerados como con la comunidad hispana. Les agradezco mucho que tengan su tiempo para escucharnos, pero sobre todo para darnos una respuesta clara a nuestra necesidad.
Gracias, señora. So I know all of this is in your hands. You know, I'd like for you to really consider this, but most importantly, thank you for your time, for listening to me. And, but most importantly, I'd like a clear response.
de nuevo, doy las gracias a todos y espero no volver a abogar, a insistir y volver a tocar sus conciencias sobre esta necesidad urgente en nuestra comunidad de Half Moon Bay, no solamente a los hispanos, a todos en general. Gracias.
So again, I want to thank you all, and I hope that I don't have to keep insisting or to really kind of bring this to the forefront of your minds about this urgent need, not just for the Hispanic community, but for all in general.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Evelyn D'Souza. Evelyn, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I heard someone say earlier on about forming a committee to address this issue of affordable housing. I would like to second that as a measure to be taken. I've been living here in Half Moon Bay for the last 6 years, and I've definitely noticed, even where I live, the number of homeless people increasing. It is heartbreaking. I am eager to see action. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next we have Aisha Barrow. Aisha, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I also would like to address the topic of affordable housing. It was so great to hear from people from all walks of life today, people that are impacted by affordable housing, but also people that want to be allies. And for those who want to be allies, I think they're doing it because they want to help, but also because they want to preserve the diversity of this city. They want to make sure that they live in a city where all types of people also live here. So it's a matter of culture. It was great to hear from Ruby. Sorry that she had to move here as well. And especially really appreciated hearing her perspective from the youth about not wanting to live here. Not seeing a future. I've heard an opposite perspective from people that are in their 30s, 40s, older, that are at their peak of their career. I got a text message yesterday from one of them, moving from San Francisco. She's doing really well and she wants to move to Half Moon Bay because she could work remotely now. So I think there are a lot of those people here that see the coast side as an opportunity that they wouldn't have looked at like a few years from now. So I think that's a risk in terms of the affordability of this place. So it's very complex, and I've heard a lot of the comments asking for the city to do things, and I think the city can do things, but it's also a matter of culture. And I feel like the broader public can do a lot as well. A lot of us have room in our house, and we could take other people in through a room or an ADU. So it's not just the city, it's a matter of the broader public. What the city can do is provide incentives for people who want to build ADU or things like that. The incentives need to be much better because right now they're not. There is no reason why anybody would want to do that. So I think there is an opportunity to look at that and to have some success stories so that the broader public can be more open to having people in their house. So thank you.
Thanks, Aisha. Our next speaker is Mike Ferrara. Mike, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. As a former member of the city council, I remember all too well that the council's job is to plan and permit and seldom to do. You don't have the power to force property owners to do the things you want done. You can only encourage. Right now, you have a plan that, to the degree that it can, incentivizes development in the downtown. That's so that the people that live there can bicycle or walk to essential services and schools and shops. You have that right now. You have some key properties that all of us would like to see used for affordable housing, but they're either in private or institutional hands. And so somehow I guess it's going to require the council to do something extraordinary that can make those properties happen for what is your dream as well as the people that have spoken to you tonight. $3,000 a month ADUs does not address their needs. I would hope that maybe you could find a way to access some of the funding that the governor talks about that could be helpful in meaningful development in the downtown area, walkable and bikeable as your plans indicate. Or you need a special council subcommittee that focuses almost exclusively on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Our next speaker, final speaker, is John Olin.
Thank you for the 2 minutes. Here for a different reason tonight. As you know, 2 weeks ago, the Attorney General of California decided that there was nothing to do regarding the investigation into the Sandra Harmon shooting. And as Councilmember Penrose expressed, it looked like it was a pretty much done deal, that nobody really took it seriously. If you look at the letter the Attorney General wrote, it's kind of scatterbrained. It's all over the place. And it doesn't address the crucial questions that we have. Those of us that brought this forward to the city council is, how did she get shot in the back? Why is there differing accounts of how she was shot in the back? Why was she shot at while her hands were in the air and her back was to the police? And finally, there's missing video of this shooting, and no one seems really concerned about that. And no one's really articulating the question is, why aren't we being provided the proof that does exist of just to whether this video exists or not? See, the problem isn't that Sandra Harmon was shot by a cop who looked like he made a pretty bad mistake. He handled the whole thing wrong, put himself in a bad position, and Sandra Harmon's dead. And there doesn't seem to be any concern about this on the part of anybody at the city hall or really in the elected officials. You've all talked a good game, said sort of the right things, demanded an investigation, but not one of you has articulated the problems that you have with the investigation. None of you are quoted in the newspapers. None of you has gotten up at any of the meetings and said, these are the problems that I have with the fact that Sandra Harmon was shot in the back with her hands above her head. She was shot at after her gun hit the ground. She tried to give up. So no one took it real serious. It does not to me appear this the council takes serious. But Dr. Penrose, I do believe you're wrong in one case. This isn't the end.
John, you are 30 seconds over your time. Could you please end now?
Thank you, Mr. Brownstone, for the 2 minutes. I really appreciate it on this really important issue. I know you have more important things to do, discuss the raise that everybody's due tonight. So you get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Juana Ruano.
¿Sí me escuchan?
Ah,
Sí,
ahí está. Sí, lo escuchamos.
Ok.
Es- No, está bien. Señora,
Ok, está bien. Sí, ok.
si puede mantener los trozos de información así manejables para que todo mundo pueda escuchar lo que usted tenga que decir.
Ok, muchas gracias. Mire, tenía problemas para meterme, pero aquí estoy. Mire, yo nomás quiero dar un comentario muy importante acerca de la vivienda, ya
So,
que
I had problems getting in, but here I am. Listen, I just wanted to give a very important comment about housing.
por una razón aquí en Hammond Bay sabemos que es muy cara la renta.
So we know that for whatever reason, the rent is very high here in Half Moon Bay.
Un ejemplo, en mi familia es mi esposo y yo. La renta es de $3,000.
So for example, it's my husband and myself, and our rent is $3,000.
Si a mi casa llegan $4,000 al mes,
So if at home there's $4,000 coming in monthly,
y yo necesito pagar todavía de esos $4,000, $3,000 de renta, me sobran $1,000.
and I need to pay $3,000 from those $4,000 coming in, I only have $1,000 left.
Y esos $1,000 son para la basura, para la luz, el agua, la electricidad, la comida, la gasolina, aseguranzas y para vestir. ¿Qué hago yo?
So that $1,000 that's left over is to pay, trash, garbage, recycling, the PG&E, water bill, gas, insurance, clothing. What am I to do?
Y entonces tenemos que tener otro trabajo para poder sostenernos. Eso se me hace demasiado. Nuestros cuerpos, no somos jóvenes ya.
Gracias, señora. So we have to have another job. That's not very good. Our bodies, we're not young anymore.
Y tengo un hijo que va a la high school en el grado 10 y pues también lo tenemos que mantener a él. Pero no voy a estar todo el día trabajando y no poner atención a mi hijo.
Yeah. And so we have a son that's in 10th grade, goes to the high school. And so we have to support him. And I'm not going to be spending all my day working and not be able to pay any attention to him or focus on him.
Y por último, yo solo pido, por favor, que escuchen que habemos muchísimas familias así, que estamos sufriendo por el exceso de renta que pagamos aquí en Hammond Bay.
Gracias. So lastly, I want to please ask you to just listen to this. There are way too many families like this suffering for the excessive rents in Half Moon Bay.
Muchas gracias por escucharme y ojalá sirvan mis palabras para que puedan hacer algo. Gracias.
Thank you very much for listening to my words, and I hope you can do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Alejandrina.
Alejandrina,
Sí,
buenas noches.
buenas noches.
Si quiere usted dar su comentario, por favorcito, mantenga los trozos manejables para que de esa manera todo el mundo pueda escuchar lo que usted tenga que decir. ¿De acuerdo? ¿Hello?
¿Sí?
Oh, ok. ¿Sí me escuchó?
Ajá, sí.
Okay.
Es que aquí la señal, donde estoy, no está tan bien el servicio.
Service it's kind of spotty here where I am. Muy bien. Vamos a intentar nuestro mejor. Adelante, por favor.
Pues yo apenas, hola, buenas noches o buenas tardes. Apenas entré porque mi hermana me mandó el link ahorita, cómo entrar y no alcancé a escuchar todo cómo empezó, pero con lo que acabo de oír de la señora Juana Ruano, yo también estoy de acuerdo lo que ella dijo.
Okay. So good evening. I just logged on, just came in. I think my sister was getting some kind of link for me, so I wasn't able to listen to how all of this started, but as far as what I've heard so far, I totally agree with what Miss Juana Ruana just said. Adelante, señora.
Y es muy cierto, aquí en el área de Half Moon Bay, la renta está muy cara y pues muchas familias ahorita con esta situación de COVID no tienen trabajo también.
Gracias. So it's true. You know, rents are very high here in Half Moon Bay, and you know, many families, along with the COVID, don't have work. Adelante, señora.
Y también otra de las cosas, las personas con un poco bajos ingresos también sufren dificultad para pagar la renta. Así, pues viven varias personas en una casa o en un departamento para poder pagar la renta.
Ajá. Gracias.
Y,
So also, oh, I'm sorry. Also, you know, people are, you know, continuing to suffer with paying their rent, and so you have many people either, you know, living all in one house or even an apartment. Adelante, señora.
Entonces, eso incluye que pues que no tienen hay muchas personas que no tienen su propia privacidad por exceso de que viven muchas personas en departamentos y no hay casas o departamentos baratos para que las familias puedan vivir bien.
Gracias. So what that means is some people don't even have privacy because there's too many people living in, you know, one place in one apartment, you know, expensive apartments, and so that's not living right. Adelante, señora.
Pues por parte mío eso fue todo y muchas gracias a ustedes que están ahí ahorita haciéndolo todo lo posible. Yo sé que algo van a poder hacer para ayudarnos a toda la comunidad y donde quiera también hay mucha situación así.
Gracias, señora. So that's all for my part. Thank you very much for all of you, for everything that you're doing. I know that something will be possible for the community. And so, you know, a lot of people are like this.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Catalina.
Catalina.
Hola, buenas noches.
Buenas noches, señora. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo está?
Bien, gracias a
Qué bueno.
Dios.
Qué bueno. Oiga, le pido un favorcito. Por favor, mantenga ahora sí los trozos de información que va a decir relativamente manejables para que de esa manera todo el mundo pueda escuchar verdaderamente lo que usted tenga que decir. ¿De acuerdo?
Claro que sí.
Gracias. Adelante.
Bueno, soy Catalina Maya Martínez. Vivo aquí alrededor casi 20 años en Hammond Bay. Una vez tuve la oportunidad de estar en el foro abierto con el City Hall, ahí a donde daban los cupones de WIC.
Okay, so good evening. My name is Catalina Maya Martinez. I've been living in Half Moon Bay for 20 years, and once I was at this public forum for City Hall where they were giving out the WIC program. Adelante.
Bueno, el caso es que siempre se trata de la vivienda, pero nunca se ha hecho nada realmente que se vea que sí se está haciendo, ¿verdad? Pedimos cambios, pero lamentablemente pocos alzamos la voz, que se escuche la voz.
Gracias. So the thing is, you know, it's always housing. It's always housing. And there's never anything done about it. And so we ask for change, but unfortunately, there aren't very many people that raise their voice up.
Y como mis compañeros dijeron, claro que sí, la renta está súper cara y Ok, luego ahorita estoy en una reunión importante, ok. Y lamentablemente, pues aquí tenemos nuestros hijos, la renta es cara, la comida, y si uno trata de meter aplicaciones, se basan a lo que ganas en bruto. Pero como dice mi compañera, $1,000 no es nada lo que sobra si entra un ingreso de 4,000.
Okay.
So, ¿cómo podemos sobrevivir?
So, as all my partners have said, the rent is really high. And, we have our sons, our kids with us. Food is also very expensive. And so like the applications say, please put down your gross income. And like my partner said previously, $1,000 left over to pay all of this. What are we going to do?
Y otra de las cosas en esta plena pandemia, los dueños de los apartamentos siguen subiendo la renta a pesar del COVID. So, eso es una situación súper fuerte. ¿Por qué? Porque muchos no tenemos el suficiente horario para cubrir todas esas necesidades.
Gracias. So, another thing is, with the pandemic, owners of apartment buildings or complexes continue to raise the rent. And so it definitely is a situation and we just don't have enough to cover it all.
Otro de los puntos, aumentan supuestamente el salario, pero así aumentan todo, así aumentan la renta, aumentan la comida, aumentan la carne, aumentan todo. ¿De qué sirve? Es imposible sobrevivir con toda esta situación. Más las personitas que ya igual son jubiladas, eso no les alcanza para esta situación.
Gracias. So another point is, you mentioned something about raising salaries, but everything else goes up too. Meat goes up, food goes up, everything else goes up. And so it's really hard to survive, especially all those people that are retired. They just don't have enough.
Y a pesar de que ahorita el banco de comida, la comunidad, ALAS dan comida, pero a pesar de eso tenemos que vestir, tenemos que calzar, y si uno trata de calificar para unos apartamentos así de bajos recursos, a veces se guían, como le digo, lo que uno gana en bruto y a veces tampoco no calificas. ¿Por qué? Porque supuestamente ganas un poquito exceso. Por $100, $200 ya es exceso.
Okay. So, the food banks, ALAS, we all have to, we all get that from them, but we also have to buy shoes. We also have to buy, our clothing. And so, again, like I said, for those applications, in order to qualify for low income housing, we don't qualify because they ask for your beginning gross and it's just too high, whether it's just by $100 or $200, but it's just too high, so you don't qualify.
Victor, I think our time's up.
Señora, ya se le venció su tiempo.
Gracias, buenas noches.
Thank you and good night.
Okay. I think that's the last of our comments, right, Jessica?
Yes, we're done with
Creo
public
que es el
forum.
último de los
Okay.
comentarios. Muy bien.
So we will now close, public forum is now closed. And we would now like to move into proclamations and presentations. I believe we have a presentation from Midcoast Community Council update.
Yes, Claire. Everyone.
Okay, I'm unmuted, I think.
Yes.
You are.
Okay. I won't take much time. We're kind of getting into the summer when things get a little bit quieter. We are paying a fair amount of attention to a scoping project to decide how to spend Measure K funds and other possible grants on fire prevention. There's two things that you guys may actually have some interest in as well. One is the Pacific Coast TV situation. I know that they I think they work with you as well as with us. And apparently they're hitting a big financial crisis, and maybe there's something we can do to help. I don't know. The other is our trail, our multimodal trail on the east side of the highway is ready to go. They could start building it tomorrow, but it's being held up by Caltrans because of a misunderstanding about who's responsible for the staircase at Surfers Beach. So we're hoping that that can get resolved, because the trail is something we definitely need. And that's about it. Any comments? I'd be happy to entertain them.
See any questions? Thank you very much for the update. We will next have a presentation on age-friendly cities. I believe we have a guest.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name's Roy Ernest. I'm with Center for Age-Friendly Excellence. Yeah, let me get the presentation up on the screen here. There we go. Okay, so as we always do with all the cities that we work with, we try to appear before the city council for each city that's agreed to do a age-friendly, put together an age-friendly community initiative. So I'm just going to give you an overview of age-friendly community efforts and talk about how the Center for Age-Friendly Excellence will be working with Half Moon Bay this next 5 months. Let's see here. There we go. That's not moving. Let's see. Oh, there we go. All right, so here's a definition of age-friendly communities. Age-friendly city is an inclusive and accessible urban and rural environment that promotes active aging and supports aging in place and community for older adults. The Center for Age-Friendly Excellence is a nonprofit that provides technical assistance to communities in Oregon and California and some other places that we're working on, and we help them to become very intentional about putting together an age-friendly effort that helps to make the community that they oversee more livable for older adults. The World Health Organization got involved in age-friendly work back in the early 2000s when several communities in Europe started putting together age-friendly communities, and they saw it as a public health intervention. They believe, and many public health experts believe, that when you make a community more livable for any population, whether it's children, families, or older adults, it promotes their health and well-being. As things got going, there's they have asked the AARP here in the United States to coordinate an age-friendly network in the United States as an affiliate of the WHO's global network that they put together. Right now, there's over 1,000 cities worldwide that have started age-friendly cities, and in the United States, well, in California, there's over 55 age-friendly communities. Here in San Mateo County, Pacifica, Redwood City, Daly City, Foster City, San Mateo, and Colma have all launched age-friendly initiatives over the last 2 or 3 years. And the next 3 cities up is Burlingame, Half Moon Bay, and San Carlos. And age-friendly community initiatives are not something that just the city does, the city staff and the elected leaders. It's a more holistic effort that involves everybody in the community, or it can involve everybody, community coalitions, nonprofits, and so on and so forth. So there's plenty of examples of very successful collaborations throughout the country in communities, large and small, that involve various groups that come together and come up with some really great ideas to make a community more age-friendly. As you know, there's a large increase of older adults everywhere, and I believe in Half Moon Bay the percentage of the population is now well over 20% and quickly moving towards 30% and higher by 2030. There's 8 domains of livability. I'm not going to go over each one, but these are the areas that we'll be talking about a lot with Half Moon Bay Age-Friendly Community Task Force. It's just coming together over the last few weeks. Right now we have 8 members. And the Center for Age-Friendly Excellence works with a core team that the county has put together to oversee this effort. Supervisor David Canepa, one of the county supervisors, is very keen on this approach after he saw what took place in Santa Clara County several years ago, where all the cities in Santa Clara County became age-friendly. We organize an age-friendly task force in each city and work with them, and that's a broad cross-section of leaders in the community and people who care about the welfare of older adults. And then we also, in the next month or so, with the help of the task force, members of the task force, we'll be reaching out to the community to recruit focus group participants age 55 and over to participate in focus group discussions about what they think are the needs of older adults. And of course, one of the things I'm sure will be coming up is affordable housing, as we heard tonight. And then at the end of the process, over about 4 or 5 months, we'll be helping the task force to come up with 3 pilot inaugural project, age-friendly project ideas to meet the needs that have been identified from all the focus group discussions. Once that's all done, we write up an application on behalf of Half Moon Bay that we get a lot of input from the task force, and then have the mayor sign the application, and the application is sent to ARP, so that Half Moon Bay can be recognized as a city that has announced their intention to do what they can to make Half Moon Bay more livable and more age-friendly than it already is. And they also become part of the network. The age-friendly community initiatives are an ongoing process. So the first process is what we're about to go through together in the next 4 to 5 months, doing a lot of planning and coming up with a few inaugural projects to kind of get your feet wet and see how it goes. And then after about 2 years, ARP asks each age-friendly city to put together an action plan that's focused on sustainability for the long term. And then out of that action plan usually comes more ideas that a community wants to put together. And then there's evaluation, and then the renewal of the age-friendly initiative for another 5 years. There's a really great network that ARP has put together, and there's a lot of support that can come from that network from cities from all over the country. So there's a lot of benefits for an age-friendly city. It generates economic benefits, social capital. It helps people kind of connect with one another. That's what that means. Infrastructure innovations, and it increases the health of the community overall. And so far, San Mateo County has been great to work with. All the cities have been really exceptional. And then here's some examples of age-friendly projects from other cities here in San Mateo County. Workshops on strategies for seeking affordable housing, transportation programs to help the older adult residents of that community get to where they need to go, if they don't have their own car or somebody who can give them a ride. Age-friendly business training and recognition. Pedestrian safety, community education campaigns, and traffic calming efforts. Intergenerational community dinners that is designed to get different generations in the community talking to one another and to realize that we all have things in common, no matter what our difference in age is. And then there's a group that's trying to put together a nature lovers group here in Pacifica to address what we call nature deficit disorder, because there's a lot of older adults who don't get out into nature or aren't invited to get out into nature, and this group wants to address that as an age-friendly project that is part of their mission as an environmental group. And many other possibilities. It's incredible. For those people who are listening to this short presentation, you're welcome to join us. We're going to be, as I said, recruiting a lot of people here in Half Moon Bay and in the coast side. We want to hear what your thoughts are about what you'd like to see happen in Half Moon Bay and the coast side, what you think the strengths of the community is, and what ideas you have for some things that we could do together as a community to make the coast side and Half Moon Bay a more age-friendly place. And that concludes my presentation. Any questions, any comments that
Mayor Brownstone, if I could just add a couple comments. I just really want to acknowledge Roy's work. It's very hard to kind of work with the city and figure out who the players are. And so Roy and Sandra Winters from Senior Co-Siders have been a big part of this, but I'd especially like to thank Councilmember Harvey Warbeck, who's going to be the liaison to this group. He just kind of jumped right in, and you could tell he has just a big interest in making sure this goes forward.
Thank you.
I'm really looking
Lisa,
forward
and thank you, Harvey. Yes, Harvey, go ahead.
I'm really looking forward to being the liaison to this group. I think it's important, and I hope it's successful, and that we can actually implement some real programs. So thank you.
Great. I appreciate it. I think it's a great program as well. Anyone else before any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you so much, Roy, for coming this evening and talking about this important program, which is important to many in the community. And I hope we can make it a success here, as it has been in some other communities. So thank you very much.
You're welcome, Mayor Brownstone. Thank you for giving me some time to talk about this. Thank you.
Our pleasure. Okay. Let's see. Next on our agenda is no mayor's announcement this evening. Catherine, if you could give a report out from recent closed session, please.
Yes, thank you. The council did meet in closed session prior to the 7 o'clock meeting to discuss 3 matters of real property negotiations and 2 matters of litigation, Gearing versus City of Half Moon Bay and City of Half Moon Bay versus Gearing. There is nothing to report out of closed session.
Thank you, Catherine. Next, we're moving on to city manager updates to council. We'll begin with an evacuation planning update, please.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, if I may, we actually have one other item I'd like to go first. I'm going to ask our Chief of Police, Saul Lopez, to do a short summary of the National Night Out event, which occurred 2 weeks ago, a community policing event that occurred in many of our neighborhoods. Sal, take it away.
Great, thanks, Sal.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council and community members of the city and those listening in the coast side. So as Bob mentioned, National Night Out is a yearly event where the communities come together to get to know each other and also get to know law enforcement. So here's just some of the photos that I wanted to share. We had personnel from all over the sheriff's office come out to the coast I'm proud to say that we had the most events out of the entire county of all the jurisdictions that we serve. I believe we had 17 locations. They ranged from Cañada Cove to Miramar. And again, this is just a cooperative effort from all first responders. And I do want to thank Corey Stocker from the city manager's office, who coordinated the locations with the residents who applied to be part of this great event. So just wanted to share that. It was a great night out. And that's one photo from Cañada Cove, very supportive group out there. And we also visited Ocean Colony and a couple of locations right off of Johnson Street near downtown, and then Miramar as well. And that's all I have.
Oh, great. Hey, thank you, Saul. It really was a great evening. And I think Miramar must have been one of the last places on sheriff's list, because we had everyone congregating at the end of the night and hanging out, and it was a really good time. So appreciate everyone stopping by, as well as folks from the fire department. So yeah, it was great. Okay. City Manager Nesbitt, I guess we'll proceed with some of the other updates. I think now beginning with the evacuation planning update, is that right?
Yes, Matthew
Okay.
Chittister.
Terrific. Thanks, Matthew.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. Glad to be with you tonight. I will keep this very brief. This is more just a heads up that we wanted to let you and the community know about. We here at the city are actively engaged in a planning effort being led by the County Office or Department of Emergency Services, formerly OES. And they are leading an effort to update the evacuation routes and maps countywide, but focused right now on the coast side. It's a multi-jurisdictional effort. We've got the fire district, several of the other agencies here on the coast, the sheriff's office and others involved in this work. And the goal is to develop a really comprehensive plan based on different types of emergencies like wildfires and tsunamis and other emergencies, to not only identify the safest routes for people to evacuate when needed, but also kind of a zone by zone system that evacuates the right people in the right order. We're really excited to be participating in this. This dovetails in well with the work we're doing to update our emergency operations plan and the hazard mitigation plan, which is being presented later this evening. We're really grateful for the county for their leadership. They have a consultant on board, and we're working closely with Zonehaven, which is a software that's going to help to manage all of this. We'll certainly be back with more information about this, and especially as it moves forward, outreach to the community, mostly to get the word out and help people understand how they can evacuate and how they can get notices at that time. So really exciting project, and I think it's very timely given the events of last year and the expectations for the coming year. And I'll leave it at that unless you have any questions. Mr. Mayor, I think you're muted.
Apologies. I don't see any questions from council members. So we'll move on to the redistricting and advisory committee meeting.
Yes, thank you. And I will also keep this brief. Next slide, please, Colleen. I wanted to announce our upcoming redistricting advisory committee meeting this Thursday night. It's a public workshop on our district model and election sequencing. Next slide, please. And so what the city council is looking for as far as input from the public and the community on this topic is, would you prefer a district model that has 4 districts with an elected mayor or 5 districts? Our current model is 4 districts with a 4-year term elected mayor. And so we are looking at, as we head to the upcoming map process, trying to gain input from the public as to what the preferred model would be. And so our meeting this Thursday night will be focused on that. The agenda is on our website and has also been sent out to our email list. And if you are unable to join the meeting, feel free to email me your thoughts. And also, we will likely be sending out a mailer to our residents as well. So if you're unable to participate either way, email or the meeting this Thursday, then please also look out for the mailer. But we're hoping to get as much input from the community as possible. So hope to see lots of you on Thursday night.
Great. Thanks, Jessica, for those announcements. And I hope as many people who are interested in redistricting can make some of those meetings. Appreciate that. Okay, I think our final update is public safety outreach update.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be taking this as well. And again, I'll try to be as brief as possible. Next slide, please. So as many folks know, the city's been working very hard on the issue of public safety and law enforcement, going back specifically to the events of last summer, last May, with the shooting of Sandra Harmon, and then of course the shooting of killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis, and all the events that have taken place since then. And we've done a really large amount of work to do outreach to the community to understand the issues and the concerns and start identifying solutions to improve the work of law enforcement and public safety here in Half Moon Bay. For those of you that don't know, we do have a public safety research and outreach webpage, which will help you to stay abreast of all the work that we're doing and the information we're gathering. It'll also provide opportunities to participate in the community outreach and public feedback process and read more about what we've done so far. That webpage is most easily accessed by going to the city website, which is hmbcity.com, and then under menu, clicking on City Manager's Office, and it's under the Public Safety Outreach page. On that page, we include the Llanera Serrano Presente program, which was adopted by the council earlier this year and is being implemented by staff. There's also information about some of the previous meetings that we've held and outreach that we've completed in the notes and follow-up from those meetings. The most recent addition was based on a meeting we had with you several weeks ago, a special meeting on public safety, where the meeting culminated in 8 recommendations for an action plan for staff to pursue on this subject in the coming years. And that is found on that page as well. And just on the screen right now is that page. Next slide, please. One of the things that we're working on implementation of under the Llanera Serrano Presente program is a law enforcement feedback line, which allows members of our community to share feedback about their interactions with law enforcement in Half Moon Bay, whether it's the sheriff's office or the California Highway Patrol or others. And as we've implemented it, we've created a phone number as well as an online submission page where you can provide feedback, and you can provide positive and negative feedback as you have these experiences. And we are compiling that information and working with the sheriff to make sure this information is transferred to them in an anonymous way so that they can do follow-up and work with their staff while also protecting the anonymity of the community members that are sharing this information. One of the things that we have promised out of this is regular reports to the council about the things that are happening and the information we're collecting. And I'll provide a little information tonight, but we are working on proactively on a more ongoing and easily accessible report that the public can look at here on this web page on a regular basis so they can see the kind of information we're gathering. And we're working closely with the city attorney's office and the county on this, because there are certain restrictions and limitations legally about what we can and can't share about these complaints or this feedback. What I can tell you is, since we launched this process back at the beginning of July, we've received 5 pieces of feedback, 2 of them via phone call and 3 via the web form. All but 1 of them have been completely anonymous. One of those anonymous ones, we have an email address that we're corresponding with, but we don't know the individual that we're corresponding with. And then one was okay sharing their information. Until we get farther into the research on the legal restrictions we have, I can't really get into the details. Most of them have been related to traffic and enforcement of traffic laws here on the coast. And all of these have been shared in a way that protects the anonymity of the person providing the feedback with the sheriff's office. And we've worked with Captain Lopez on resolution of some of these concerns. Again, hopefully we'll have more information and be able to provide this on a more regular basis on our website so that anybody in the community can see what information we're collecting. And over time, hopefully, as we gather more and more of this information, it will provide some good trend and other data that can help us make better decisions about law enforcement as we go forward. And that's all I have for that tonight. If there's any questions.
Questions to Matthew?
Matthew, I encourage you to get that information out on the web as soon as possible. I think it's a real service, so thank you.
Absolutely, yes, thank you.
Any other questions from council? I think I see everyone's hands. Let me just make sure. I think that's it. Matthew, thank you not only for the update, but for all the time I know you and other staff have been putting into this solution. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we'll move on to consent calendar. Now, I know there's at least one item that we needed to pull, 1D. Is that correct, that Councilmember Ruddick to recuse based on your location? I'm sorry, you're muted, Councilmember Ruddick. I was just saying that I was looking at the consent calendar. I think there's the item 1D that.
I need to recuse myself on the.
Right. So how about, yeah, go ahead.
I also wanted to just briefly pull the legislative letters.
Which item was that one?
It is.
Just trying to find that. There's a.
I think it's M.
Oh, it's 1M. Receipt of legislative position letters, correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
and I
Okay.
don't want to pull it for a vote or anything, but I just wanted to comment and ask a question about something. So.
Okay, would you like to do that now, and then we'll go back to the other?
Sure. Let me just. So, if Jessica could clarify, I believe these are letters that have already been sent.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So on the, I just had one comment about the letter about AB 500.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a mention in the various points about I can find it now. It was about issuing CDPs for ADUs. And I was just concerned that we were communicating that we support eliminating the need for CDPs, coastal development permits for ADUs, a position I don't support. And so I think it's important to make sure that the subcommittee sees the letters. I know the mayor signs them, but I think we just need to be more careful about clarifying the points we're making in our arguments on our positions. Because in that particular one, it seems to imply that we support eliminating CDPs. So that's all I want to comment about.
Okay, yeah, got it, thanks.
Thank you for that observation and comment, appreciate it. So let's see, how about if we take 1 D items separately now, and we'll do a roll call vote on that. And if you want to recuse yourself, Councilmember Ruddock, by shutting your camera.
Yep.
And I'll do that item first, then we'll do the rest together. So
Sure.
I'll,
I do that right now.
whoop,
I
yeah,
do that right now.
yes, please. Okay, so let's see. I'd like to make a motion that we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a professional agreement for services for the Poplar Street Calming and Safety Project. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Can we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone,
Yes,
motion carries.
thank you. Councilmember Ruddock, if you could please rejoin us.
Would you like me to read the consent items?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, I move that we approve the consent calendar. Item 1A, waive reading of resolutions and ordinances. Item 1B, warrants for the month of July 2021. Item 1C, ordinance amending chapter 18.33 accessory dwelling units and related provisions of the zoning title of the Half Moon Bay Municipal Code, second reading. Item 1E, agreement for sanitary sewer smoke testing services. Item 1F, amendment number 1 to agreement with ELS Architecture and Urban Designing for design services for Half Moon Bay Corporation Yard project. Item 1G, agreement with Boucher Law Firm for citywide classification and compensation study. Item 1H, salary schedule for the International Union of Operating Engineers, Stationary Local 39, AFL-CIO, represented management team members and non-represented employees. Item 1I, request to deaccession the Half Moon Bay Gateway sculpture. Item 1J, memorandum of understanding between the City of Half Moon Bay and the represented management team for the period of July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2026, and the compensation and benefit plan for non-represented confidential employees and unrepresented executive employees for the period of July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2026. Item 1K, construction contract award for the Poplar Pedestrian Pathway Project, CIP project number 1003. Item 1L, renewal of turbo data contract. Item 1M, receipt of legislative position letters. Item 1N, citizens option for public safety grant program fiscal year 2021-22. Item 1O, public-private partnership opportunity for enhancement of Smithfield Park.
Second.
Second.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick,
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you all. We will now take about a 10-minute break. We will reconvene at 9:05. Thank you, everybody. And we'll begin when we reconvene with ordinances and public hearings. Thank you very much. We will now continue with our first item under ordinances and public hearings. And our first item is short-term vacation rental and home occupation ordinance. And we are going to conduct a public hearing. And yeah, but first we're going to have a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Brownstone. This is Jill Eakes, your Community Development Director. I'm going to be presenting tonight along with Sarah Clark, the Deputy City Attorney, as well as Joe Butcher, your Community Preservation Specialist. And I just want to make sure that you can see the screen.
Looks great.
Okay, great. We will click right in. We are happy to be here tonight to bring you this ordinance, and this is a first reading item with a public hearing, and we will later in the presentation discuss options that you have. There's a lot of background, and so I'm going to go ahead and cover that. Joe is going to take time with the nuts and bolts on the ordinance, and we'll discuss some potential policy areas that you might want to dig into a little bit, and then have a public hearing. To get started, we know that most everyone is familiar with what a short-term vacation rental is. We do bring to you in this draft ordinance a formal definition that specifically notes that these are properties that contain a dwelling unit or mixed-use development with a dwelling unit that is offered for transient occupancy of 30 days or less, that is incidental to the principal residential use of the dwelling unit of the property. So these are non-residential uses of residential units. It's a commercial use of a residential property. The current regulations in Half Moon Bay require that operators register with the city to pay their transient occupancy tax, and we do have some that are getting business licenses. That is really something that should be going along with these as well. We have very limited land use provisions, and hence limited ability to truly regulate short-term rentals the way that almost every other jurisdiction does. For context in the background, we do want to acknowledge that part of this ordinance is an update also to the city's home occupation code. The city zoning code has regulated home occupations or home-based businesses for many, many years. And in their work on this ordinance, and staff agrees with this, the Planning Commission noted how home occupations, which are also non-residential uses of residential property, are very carefully evaluated and made to fit into their neighborhood as subordinate to the basic use of the property, the primary use of the property for residential purposes. So these are additional and accessory to the primary use, just like the way that we would classify a short-term vacation rental or an STR, as we will probably refer to them quite a few times tonight. We also require business license with home occupations, and we will get back to home occupations at the very end of this presentation, just to show you a few updates that we're proposing to that part of the ordinance. The rest of this show is going to be all about short-term vacation rentals, and to get you further into it, we'll share a little more background about existing conditions. Currently, there's about 50 that are operating right now. We know that they are listed and then pulled down, and so it's hard to tell at any particular snapshot in time exactly how many are in the city. But over the years that they've been registered with our, we have a contractor who processes the TOT for these. We've had about 100 that have ever been part of that system. And just for contrast, we like to note occupancy rate for our hotels, because Short-term rentals are lodging. It's another option for lodging, and it's an important one. And it fits within really a broad portfolio of the lodging types that Half Moon Bay offers, from luxury hotel accommodations all the way to camping. So Half Moon Bay has quite a bit of everything. This is a map of every blue pin is a short-term vacation rental that had been registered in the system. These are not all operating right now. These are all that have ever been logged in to our TOT system. But it gives you a good sense of where they're locating. We note there is a little more concentration in the west side neighborhoods, as well as in the south side of downtown. As part of the work that we did with the Planning Commission in preparing this ordinance for your consideration, they wanted to understand potential density of STRs in the neighborhoods where they tend to be clustered. So we did this study of how many units we had from 2018. This is data from our land use plan, and a percentage of the number of housing units in each of these neighborhoods as defined in your land use plan, in terms of how much housing stock is actually in this use. This doesn't mean that these housing units are used only for short-term rentals, but some of them are. So a little more context for everyone in the room. We know council knows this well. The city is wholly within the coastal zone. As such, the ordinance before you is subject to Coastal Commission review and certification because it's part of the zoning code. And so the Coastal Commission's perspective on this has been put forth in guidance documents, one of which was attached to your staff report. Because STRs support coastal access, generally the Coastal Commission is going to want to be really careful about how local jurisdictions regulate STRs. And they have shown that to be true with many coastal communities, and we've explored those records to see what they've approved elsewhere and the kinds of provisions that concern them or that they frankly modify from what the local jurisdiction has put forward. That said, they do also acknowledge local discretion is appropriate with respect to developing regulations for STRs. And now you really have a great link between the Coastal Commission's perspective for STRs in Half Moon Bay relative to their oversight, as well as yours. The land use plan is the city's policy, but it is also now these policies that are certified by the Coastal Commission are the Coastal Commission's standard of review for this ordinance that will be brought to them. There are other policies in the land use plan that transact with this topic, but these three are really quite directly framing your consideration for this item. Housing stock preservation is a critical matter. I mean, you heard over 20 people talk about housing tonight, and whether these SDRs would be housing units that would be suitable for folks who commented tonight or not, we wouldn't know that. A lot of these are probably pretty expensive. That said, every unit that is developed to be a house and is no longer used as a house affects supply and demand and puts pressure on price. So housing stock preservation was a priority. You can see by the policy number 2-7 is in your development chapter of the land use plan. It is one of the overarching policies in the land use plan related to housing. Deeper into your land use plan, there are policies about home occupations and short-term rentals. Noting that housing stock preservation is really seeking that housing is preserved for full-time use as housing. And in your short-term rental policy, Policy 76, short-term rental uses should be subordinate to primary residential uses such that residential units continue to be used for long-term residential occupancy. That framework helped bring this ordinance forward to you the way that it is, and we can talk more about that in your discussion tonight. We also note that the short-term rental ordinance, as well as home occupations, transects with a number of the council priorities. I've already mentioned affordable housing, but we do care about these uses in our neighborhoods and for safety purposes. We note that they tend to be higher resource consumers than a typical residential unit. And they are also supportive for economic development. So it's a really interesting, multifaceted subject you have before you now. So this ordinance is quite well developed, and we acknowledge that council has not had, you haven't had your hands on it, and you haven't had deep read of it the way the Planning Commission did. We spent a lot of time with the Planning Commission in multiple study sessions, as well as had a community-wide survey on this some time ago. All of those background materials are linked in your staff report. We hope you found that to be convenient. It's important to note that background because the commission studied a lot of things that may be of interest to you that you're not seeing in the ordinance. And we have that information, and we even have some backup slides later tonight. So if you want to talk about some of these other topics that didn't come into the ordinance, we're prepared to discuss them. So now that's background context. We're going to shift to an overview of the ordinance. I'm just going to cover the first 2 slides of that because it relates specifically to land use and the types of dwelling units. Just in the nutshell, what is proposed for short-term rentals in terms of where can they be permitted? The ordinance is proposing that they would be allowed in ownership types of housing units, single-family homes, condominiums, that type of unit. There's some very limited provisions that we're proposing for duplexes and triplexes. It would be only 1 unit in a duplex, 1 unit in a triplex, but there are caveats. Those developments would need to be owner occupied. This is actually something that harkens back to the rental protection measures that this council approved a couple of years ago, where we heard about the mom and pop duplex and triplex owners, and that supplemental income might be helpful to them. At the same time, we want to really be careful about letting duplex, triplex, or any multifamily units be used for other than housing purposes. So it's a very narrow proposal for those types of units, as it is as well for 1 unit potentially in a mixed use development. But the mixed use development would have to have more than, would have to have 2 or more units. Your Architectural Advisory Committee and Planning Commission have been reviewing and approving mixed use developments, and the purpose of those housing units from their review has been to be used for housing. So we've been wanting to be really careful about supporting those developments and making sure that they're providing the downtown housing in the town center as the land use plan construction is seeking. And my last slide for a bit is to just summarize where short-term rentals would be prohibited. And we hope that you can see a theme here, that the intent for these prohibitions is to protect the more affordable types of housing, mobile homes, multifamily dwelling units in developments with 4 or more units. Any unit that ever had any kind of restriction for a lower income household occupancy. ADUs, unless they were grandfathered back in 2018, it's a handful. There's very few of them left. any of the new ADUs, I'll refer to that, the accessory dwelling units or ADUs that is a really active land use that we've been working on. And in fact, you went and had the second reading on an ordinance update for that tonight, which is consistent with this. Those are meant to be housing units. State housing law for ADUs grants all kinds of allowances for larger ADUs with reduced setbacks, et cetera, et cetera. So many things that local jurisdictions simply must accept and put into their codes. And so your staff is really believes that this is aligned with council, that these units should be used for housing. And then there are some zoning districts where they are also prohibited at this point. We would expect to update this as the implementation plan for the land use plan is further developed. For example, when the rural coastal zoning district is brought before you, we can look at this again. Now is the more interesting phase of our presentation tonight. We have Joe Butcher here, our community preservation specialist. Joe is going to review what he's going to need to do with this ordinance as he works with our operators, and how we see it playing out. And we're eager to get your feedback about that. So Joe, you're not on my Zoom screen, but I know you're there somewhere.
Yes, I am here.
Okay, great.
Great. Thank you, Jill. Yeah, good evening, everybody. Just to kind of go over what we've been working on and all the efforts that we've been putting in. What we're looking at right now is just registration requirements. We've done a lot of research with a lot of different cities, and they're all fairly standard, and we haven't really strayed too far from our own requirements. And that's, as an existing operator or as a new operator, it's pretty standard to have a building and fire code inspection just for their own safety, for the safety of the persons that should be there. I'm going to kind of go through this and skip around a little bit because there are going to be other items that we will discuss a little bit later in this slideshow. Business license and TOTs. Currently, we already have a deal with Airbnb and I believe VRBO, but I have to check that again, that they collect the TOTs for us. So upon registration, we'll just make sure that those that are already operating provide us with a copy of their TOT license information so that we have that on record. One great thing about registration is neighborhood notification. Neighborhood notification is just letting your neighbors know that you intend to run some sort of Airbnb or short-term rental, which is a good thing because ultimately it lets them know there's a responsible party if the homeowners are not there whenever there happens to be a renter, to be able to respond to an issue quicker than we might be able to get out if somebody were to call and say, hey, there's something going on here. And the last two things I'll touch briefly on is the very real scenario that we're up against right now is like a drought. We're heading into a drought. It's been a drought for a while. So water use, we want to be cognizant of how much water is being used by these STRs. So we actually have placed something in our ordinance for water monitoring, and later to be able to reevaluate what the water usage looks like through the usage of that STR. And then lastly, compliance. Obviously, with any other business, and this would be considered a home occupation, we just want to make sure there aren't any outstanding code violations that could potentially inhibit their productivity with this business. And that's all I'm going to say for this one. Now, moving on, the operational requirements. The operational requirements are very consistent with a lot of cities. And one of the things that is our big thing that we've heard from the community, this is a lot through our surveys, this is a lot through our public comment, is primary residence. As you heard earlier, one of the main concerns that we have of the community is sustaining and preserving our housing. So primary residence is essentially somebody, a family, whomever is renting out their location is there for at least 180 days out of the year. This is where they are registered for vote, their vehicle registration. This is their home base operations. But still allows them the flexibility to be able to rent to a family in their absence for at least up to half of the year. Maximum numbers of STRs per site. This is also pretty standard. Typically, you're only able to operate one per APN or one per operator. We have had some bad characters that you may have received some complaints on where I say bad characters in the sense of complaints that are ongoing of a single short-term rental that is being rented out as 2 units where there's not actually 2 units on the property. Finally, one of the concerns that we get is responsible party. And again, something I've heard over and over again from different cities is, how are you able to enforce this? How can you quickly respond to these complaints? And by having a responsible party means the short-term operator actually has somebody listed to be able to respond if they are unable to, or if they're not on property, respond very quickly to be able to address any noise complaints, anything that we would have that violates this ordinance as well as our regular municipal code, as you know, in a quick, timely manner, so that they can keep the neighborhood as it was and how the people like it to be right now, with low visibility to short-term rentals, so where there's not high movement and high activity. And then of course, record keeping, just everything that they've done there. We want to see how often they're renting, what's going on. And it's a good way to just keep records of everything, how they've been moving throughout. Now, maximum occupancy, we'll talk about this a little bit later because there's a little wiggle room in here. But right now, typically it's usually 2 persons per bedroom. We're looking at a maximum of 8. Children under 12, typically in most jurisdictions, especially in the coastal zone, are not considered an occupant, but we'll discuss that a little bit later. Moving on. Here's the thing, I like this part. The performance standards is great for where I'm at. And for those that don't know me very well, with community preservation, along with the other responsibilities I have, my responsibility is code enforcement. And as you can understand, code enforcement doesn't get a lot of phone calls about things that people really like. So this is where I've had some difficulties, because there are only so few things that we can actually enforce without having this ordinance in place. So traffic and parking is a huge example. I get this one on a regular basis, but if it's on-street parking or if it's private parking and we don't have a standard set, I haven't been able to do anything with it. Noise limits, if there's not something that's observable at the moment that it happens, it's a really challenging thing. But where I have been able to enforce is trash and recycling, because we'll have these bad actors that they don't put out a plan, which our binder, as you see down here, we would actually require the STR operators to have a binder outlining city standards. And that would also include trash, recycling, pickup days, where to put the can, where to bring them back. So we've been actually able to enforce trash and recycling. And another one that was really important was during the state and local law orders. So with COVID-19, whenever we were technically, all STR operators should only be operating for essential workers only. That was something that we were able to piggyback on with the county to be able to make sure that our operators were doing. And most of them actually really did do that. And a lot of them shut down during, because of obviously their concerns for their safety and as well as their family. And then lastly, where this would really give us some teeth in this, is a complaint that we get pretty often is the concern for special events. And if you look at that picture, you'll see in one picture, it looks like there might be a big celebration, a big party, and definitely a lot of people. And so with us being able to at least manage special events, we're talking about weddings, corporate get-togethers and retreats in your neighborhood that's going to bring X amount of cars and X amount of noise. And before, when we get this complaint, I've only just been able to say, I'm so sorry that this is what you're dealing with. But unfortunately, without this, this is what we can handle. And if there's anything that we can do, I'm happy to help. Moving forward, let's talk about our additional requirements. Additional requirements, this is actually pretty standard again. Hosting platforms already have their own regulations. One of the things that we're going to work with our hosting platforms is that they make sure upon registration that the operator is well aware of our ordinance once it goes through. So they're put on notice for what our own regulations are. Violations and complaints, this is also something that's very helpful for us. If we have these bad actors, which, like I said, I get calls on them, different ones all over town. We have the revocation process. It really gives us a little bit of flexibility to say, okay, we have a 2-strike policy to where if we continue to get these complaints, and they are reasonable, logical complaints that have been documented, we have the ability to remove their permit status for at least 1 year upon, investigation or, revisiting a year later where we are with them. And then moving on. So something that we really want to do is we want to make sure that this whole transitional process is easy as possible. So I've made sure that I've made myself available to try to talk to anybody that I can, try to get any of the information I can about what our draft ordinance looks like. And one of the things that we've discussed that the Planning Commission was pretty adamant on is for our existing operators, for registration, it shouldn't take that long because they're pretty much, they're already operating and ready to go. So a 6-month turnaround to be able to get their registration filed, to get their business license if they don't have it, to make sure they have their TOTs, and all of this, something that's fairly simple to do. But again, one of the things that I am offering personally is one-on-one consultations to make sure if somebody has any confusion, they want to come into the office, they want to sit down whenever we have the application ready, we'll go through it step by step just so there's no confusion and we make this as easy as a transition as possible. The other concern for our commissioners was really being able to switch this primary residency, because we want to make sure that we're preserving housing for the community. And with that, we want to make sure that these people that have already had this vacation home and their intent was already to move to Half Moon Bay anyway, that we can help them to get them switched into this primary residency, and then they'll be able to live in Half Moon Bay and then also be able to rent the other half of the year. So they're looking at a 1-year transition period to primary residency. Lastly, with public notices, like I said, we've tried to be as transparent about this as absolutely possible. We want to cast the widest net that we've been able to. We may have missed an email here and there, but we've done e-news. We have done notices in the paper, the Half Moon Bay, the San Mateo Journal. I've actually done 2 interviews with Half Moon Bay Review on this. I've even spoken to the locals realtor monthly meeting. Like, we really just wanted to make sure the word is out, that people have an opportunity to give us their input and let their concerns as well as their likes or dislikes about this ordinance be heard to us as well as the commission. And then with that, I'm going to go ahead and punt this over to Sarah, our city attorney, who's going to discuss a little bit more in depth about everything that I wasn't able to touch on.
Thanks, Joe. Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Clark. I'm Deputy City Attorney, and I'll be with you tonight to discuss a few items on the draft ordinance and then available for questions afterwards. So a couple of topics, some of which we've touched on a little bit, but I just wanted to provide some more details on. First, we want to provide assurances to folks that short-term rental operators will be required to comply with all state and local laws and orders. There's some difficulty in enforcing health code orders, in particular during the COVID crisis, especially in other jurisdictions across the state. And we have made very explicit in this ordinance that short-term rental operators must comply with all of those. This would also include things like if we end up in any sort of mandatory water restrictions, those would then be enforced against short-term rental operators as well. One thing that I also wanted to note is that because we have this annual re-registration process for all of our operators, it provides an automatic place in which the city can provide education and information to our short-term rental community about any points that have changed over the course of the last year. And that's shown to be beneficial. It's one of the advantages of this annual registration system. The next item that I want to talk about is insurance. So the proposed ordinance has a requirement that short-term rental operators provide proof of insurance to the city upon registration. That provision is intentionally flexible. It doesn't specify the specific amount and instead sets a performance standard that the amount would be sufficient to cover losses associated with the short-term rental. This kind of flexibility is helpful in an ordinance in the specific language because it gives the city the chance to adjust over time. Certainly you don't want to impose a requirement and then come back 5 or 10 years later and realize that you are requiring an insurance level that either is not commercially viable or is no longer appropriate. And so we think that the proposed language provides that, that level of flexibility, and that information would be available for short-term rental operators upon registration. One of the reasons why insurance is important is certainly for guests at the short-term rental and neighbors if anything were to happen, but it's also important for the city. And the reason for that is that the short-term rental ordinance has a strong indemnification provision, which essentially requires hosts to indemnify the city if there is anything to happen during a rental. And we certainly have seen some pretty tragic events happen at party houses throughout the Bay Area and elsewhere in the country. And in those circumstances, when you have strong indemnification provisions and coupled with insurance, it ensures that the city is not going to be on the hook, or minimizes the risk that the city would be on the hook in such instance. The final thing I want to touch on was hosting platforms. As Joe mentioned, we are imposing some modest requirements for hosting platforms themselves. These are the entities like Airbnb or Vrbo or HomeAway, or some of the major ones. The two requirements that we are proposing to impose through this ordinance are, first, that the hosting platform retains records that would be sufficient to allow the city to do any sort of enforcement action. And they're required to keep those records the same amount of time as the host and maintain those on their site. The second is that the hosting platforms will be required to do what is called notice and takedown. And this is an important tool for the city and its enforcement actions. So what this means is that if the city notices on the site that people have posted listings that are for units that are not currently registered or not otherwise in compliance with the ordinance, we will require those sites to take those listings down. And in numerous other jurisdictions, the major hosting platforms are working with cities on these notice and take down provisions. And really what this does is it allows the city to use the hosting platforms as an enforcement partner. So it's not just Joe having to go out and shut something down. We essentially allow the city to be able to work with hosting platforms to prevent operators that are, acting in violation of the law to be taken down and to not be able to sort of meet with the potential guests at their accommodations. And that's been shown to be a really effective mechanism. So those are the key special topics I wanted to talk with you about, but of course I'll be available to answer any other questions. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Jill.
Thank you, Sarah. I wanted to just wrap up with a few other thoughts on options and just share with you some of the other things that the Planning Commission thought about. So with respect to neighborhood impacts and housing stock preservation, the Commission did study the potential for caps, citywide and or neighborhood specific. We looked at caps that had been approved by the Coastal Commission and other jurisdictions. I have some of that data tonight if you're interested in it. We did not have the same kinds of densities that we found in those other jurisdictions, so that was of note. And thus your ordinance, the draft before you, includes a monitoring provision to ensure that this doesn't run away from us in the event that it became really, really popular, to more so than it has been. Then another couple of things here. These are provisions that we have seen really long debates about in the Coastal Commission Forum, as well as in other local jurisdictions, limiting the number of nights per year. And what we've learned, and frankly, we're late to the party in having a ordinance come through for short-term vacation rentals. Many other jurisdictions have these ordinances, and we've talked to their staff who practice with these ordinances. They've really struggled to enforce some of these criteria, like a cap on nights per year, which is why we were transitioning over to the primary residence requirement as the foundation for the ordinance that was drafted for you, for your consideration. There was also in our early days of working on this, including in the community survey, we spent quite a bit of time thinking about hosted versus unhosted. There were nuances to those definitions. A hosted unit typically being one where the homeowner is present and is renting out a room or a portion of their house versus a whole house rental, which we would refer to as unhosted. The feedback that the Planning Commission heard about from our participants, as well as in their own discussion, was that really wasn't always the tipping point between an STR that was really functioning well in a neighborhood and one that wasn't. And so once again, we were looking back at the primary residency requirement because that maintained the unit as a part of, as a house, as a residential unit. And it's also something that's enforceable. Every year with re-registration, we will be rechecking all those things that Joe mentioned that are required for proof of primary residence. At least that's what we're proposing to you. But we're of course happy to discuss any of these other criteria that you may have been thinking about or that you've read about for other cities, but that's why you don't see it in your draft. We're also really mindful especially from our land use plan update, and of course Joe already mentioned the drought. The local water district just finished their 2020 urban water management plan. It has real serious implications for long-term drought. We know that you're working on an electrification ordinance and a climate action and adaptation plan, and you're concerned about infrastructure and capacity and demands. And so we acknowledge that short-term vacation rentals will tend to have higher infrastructure demands with respect to traffic, water use, sewage generation, and greenhouse gas emissions, energy consumption than a typical single-family home. To that end, we did check quite a few of our operating short-term vacation rentals for their annual water use and compared them to the average that a single-family home was using. And it was fortunate timing because we had all this data at our fingertips from having done so much modeling for the land use plan. We found that a few were quite a bit higher, and for the most part, they were sort of within a range of what single family functions as, but they were certainly higher than the average single family home. This is why there is a water use criteria for registration. It would be that the owner or the operator submit that after they've had a year of practice, so that water conservation standards could be imposed on a short-term rental operator if water demand was increasing too much, regardless of any particular drought provision. This would just be just trying to be responsible about water conservation. Also, with respect to infrastructure capacity, clearly, if there are more people in the unit, they're going to have more capacity needs. Joe mentioned what was drafted here, two persons per bedroom, up to 8 with, we weren't counting children. This is a really common provision, but if you certainly could discuss occupancy, that's a lot more people than in our average persons per household for a single family home. There's no question about it. Another concern, it could be the density in a neighborhood, and especially where we have neighborhoods where we have a lot of these half lots, substandard lots. So council might want to think about minimum lot size. And we know that you've brought this up before with respect to SB 9, which is potentially a kind of a ministerial approval of subdivisions that is being considered through the state that we're all very concerned about. We've written a letter about that, actually. And then I do want to reassure everybody in the room so they understand, to be real clear, although short-term rentals are visitor serving and from that perspective relate to a coastal act priority, because they are ancillary, they are a subordinate and a part of the use of the residential property, they do not qualify a property to be eligible for Coastal Act priority infrastructure, like a water connection. So we wanted that to be so overt that we actually wrote that into the draft ordinance. We think it's very important. Those connections are precious, and we really hope that they're mostly safe for affordable housing. All right, this is kind of the last slide on what's in the ordinance. Remembering that home occupation is proposed to be updated. The city's home occupation provisions are pretty they're pretty restrictive, and through the land use plan update process, also we got input from the Chamber of Commerce at some point, and some individual home business operators. They really want to have an employee, and I think our code was strict, and it's really common throughout San Mateo County. I've looked at a lot of these codes where they just only want residents to be employed in this home-based business and have nobody coming to the house. With the city's limited amount of land, and with frankly the culture of cottage industries around here, there was a desire to be able to have an employee. And when you compare the intensity of that use to a short-term rental, it seemed well within the realm of reason of treating non-residential use of residential property to allow just a little bit more, while still maintaining parking standards and taking care about visitors, and noting that deliveries are exempt. Everybody is probably getting Amazon packages on some streets, and so it would be really hard to tell if there's a home occupation or not. So those are things that we did not think were enforceable or even helpful. So you will note modest change there. We'd love your input about that. It is consistent with the policy in the land use plan. Always have to note when we're proposing to amend the zoning code, whether or not we have a CEQA need. The California Environmental Quality Act has exemptions. We believe that this ordinance as proposed to you is exempt from CEQA. We also see that we believe it's consistent with the Coastal Act and your land use plan. To that end, there's all kinds of room to make adjustments and still be consistent with the Coastal Act and the land use plan. And that we hope is the heart of your discussion. So what happens now? Tonight we brought this to you as a first reading. It's all ready to go should, after the public hearing and your deliberation, you choose to move that way. If instead you would like to continue and have more information or some kind of follow-up, we would like to continue into September. And we are focused on hopefully having this wrapped up. We'd really like to make our application to the Coastal Commission as a local, it's a local coastal program amendment. We'd like to do that in the fall so we can get this on the books. Clarifying questions is something that we could field right now. If there's anything for the good of the public input, or if you had any concerns about anything we presented, if it wasn't clear, but this is not a time for deliberation. We'd request that you wait until after your public hearing to deliberate. And we have a couple motions ready for you if you would get to that point tonight. Thank you.
Are there any clarifying questions only for now before we entertain public comment? Councilmember Reddick.
Yes, so I'd like to know what other jurisdictions are doing with respect to maximum nights per year.
We will give us a little time to pull that together. We can get that for you possibly tonight after your public hearing. We have studied that quite a bit, but it's been a while since we presented it to the Planning Commission.
Other clarifying questions before we move on to public comment? Councilmember Rohrbach.
This may be a stupid question, but if I have a single family home that I own, would the ordinance allow me to rent it out completely? And as long as I had within 20 minutes ability to get there, that would be consistent with this ordinance?
Well, it depends. So if you owned it and you were a primary resident of that single family home,
then I could rent the entire house.
you could,
Okay.
You occupied it for 180
if you, yes.
days in a year.
I believe the San Mateo County's ordinance allows 180 days of whole house rental, but I don't think they have a primary residence requirement. So they go at it in a different way. It's equivalent. It's much harder to enforce.
I guess I'm confused. If this draft ordinance is approved, rent the entire house for the entire year? Is that consistent with the ordinance?
Only if you're living there too for half of the year.
You have to be living there.
You have to live there as a primary resident for over half of the year
Okay.
in that scenario.
It's a 6-month deal either way. You have to live in it for 6 months and it's a primary residence. And then you can rent it for 6 months as long as you're living in it as a primary residence for 6 months out of the year. Is that about right? Jill?
Jill?
Jill's
That's
saying
correct.
yes. Okay, just check. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm taking notes. I can't.
No, that's okay. That's all right.
I can't.
Councilmember Rohrbach, does that answer
Yeah,
that
no.
question clearly enough? I just want to make sure you're satisfied.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Any other clarifying questions before we move to public comment? Okay. We are now officially opening the public comment session of our conversation. I'm going to just wait a minute to see how many people from the public, and just please raise your hand next to your name if you'd like to make a comment. Just going to give it another few more seconds. Any other members of the public would like to make a comment, please raise your hand. Okay, so I think we could set the clock then for 3 minutes. We have less than 10 people.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Sabrina Wong. Sabrina, please unmute yourself. Sabrina, are you there?
Sabrina, can you unmute yourself in the lower left-hand corner of your camera screen?
Okay, we'll come back.
Oh, she did. Wait, I think she's.
No, I moved her.
Oh, okay, got it.
Mark Pizzolato, you have 3 minutes.
Do we have the clock
Okay,
on the screen?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear? No.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yep.
Hi. Let's see. Been a resident here for 25 years, and we're a short-term rental property, and I'm generally in line with all of the ordinance that's being planned. I just would like a clarifying requirement be added, specifically if someone is raising a complaint about activities that are going on the property, that they actually engage the responsible party via telephone rather than via text message. If I'm going to be able to respond to something, I wanted to hear my phone ring. I may not hear the beep of text message coming in. If I got to respond in 20 minutes, I'm going to be able to do it if the phone's ringing, but I'm not if it's not likely otherwise. Is that reasonable? I'm done. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Mark,
Mark,
is there a brief response to that? Joe or anybody?
I'm sure Jill's taking notes, and then after the end.
Okay,
of
great. Yeah, we'll
public
take all the comments. Sorry, thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Next, we have Jeffrey Chu. Jeffrey, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thanks very much. I have an STR in Ocean Colony. And it is not my primary residence. I submitted a response to the draft proposal to Joe on the 16th. Actually, it was addressed to the City Council, care of Joe. You probably haven't seen it. You guys are all busy, and I bet you got a lot of stuff coming in. So I'd like to use my last 2 minutes to go ahead and read it for your benefit now, as well as the people online that have joined us tonight. Okay. By the way, I do have a TOT account. I do have a business license, and I've been doing this for quite a few years. Okay. The comments below are in regards to the requirement that an STR single family home must be or become an owner's primary residence. STR homes serve a real market need between motels and higher end hotels like the Ritz-Carlton. STR homes provide a place for middle income families to gather, as the lower ends do not have the facilities, and the places like the Ritz-Carlton are not affordable to a lot of potential visitors. This requirement is detrimental to the city revenue base that includes TOT taxes, business license fees, sales tax from restaurant shops, and other businesses. This provision will result in less people choosing to stay and frequent Half Moon Bay. Tourism is a valuable revenue stream. This provision will only serve to handicap the city's ability to have an adequate tax base. The feel-good proposition espoused that this ordinance provision will increase affordable housing and housing stock is so minuscule that it, to me, I deem it immaterial. STR homes are not starter homes. I believe this draft ordinance is discriminatory in that it unfairly exempts certain areas within Half Moon Bay. The exempt areas are the ones that have the most disturbances, citizen complaints, and sheriff calls. An ordinance should be applied equally and not exempt certain politically connected owners. This is a lose-lose proposition for the city and the non-primary resident STR property owners. Over the many years, the city has benefited from my TOT and business license revenues, and we've contributed positively to the Half Moon Bay tourism revenues. I've conducted this STR in a responsible manner that is respectful to this community. A Google search of the internet shows that Half Moon Bay is unfavorable in terms of safety and crime. The nagging problem of car thefts and burglaries is detrimental to the community and businesses and city's reputation. Why not keep the revenues being generated by current non-primary residence STR homes to fund a more effective policing solution? A fair course of action is one that was adopted by the community of Ocean Colony that grandfathers in the existing STRs and prohibits future STRs. Okay, it's already, I also comment that why not just limit STRs to 8 to 10 people and prohibit house parties, which I guess the ordinance is covering. Is the city planning to establish a fund to compensate for the loss of investment and rental losses that will be caused to STR homes that are not primary residences? That's a question mark. I and others are planning to file an appeal to the Coastal Commission if this part of the ordinance is pursued. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm sorry for the overage.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Next, we have Sabrina Wong. Sabrina?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I was on before. I don't know, it's the technology. I'm actually speaking on behalf of my mother, who's 80 years old and thinks I'm better at tech than she is. So I'm reading her statement. I have owned a vacation home in Half Moon Bay for over 15 years. Our family, all 3 generations, love the coastside, and we have many, many happy memories together in our Half Moon Bay house. The house is regularly used by myself, my children, and grandchildren. Several years ago, I decided to share our home through short-term rentals so that other families could also create happy memories in Half Moon Bay. Our listing is decidedly family-friendly, as children's toys and books are a draw for visitors. We are friends with our neighbors, and we work with a local community member to manage the rentals. My family, our manager, and our neighbors are all firmly committed to and successful in keeping the neighborhood quiet, safe, and clean. Please do not keep us from sharing the blessing of our home with others. We want other people to enjoy Half Moon Bay and to generate income for the community. Not only do our guests pay local transient occupancy taxes, but I also employ a local housekeeper, a local gardener, and other locals for the upkeep and management of our home. Again, my vacation home does not generate excess noise or trash. Neither does my short-term rental take away from housing stock. I have considered retiring in Half Moon Bay, and I have no intention of selling my home. The funds generated from the rentals allow me to keep the home without it being a significant drain on my finances. Research shows that restrictions on second homes fail to address the housing stock crisis. The new ordinance has unnecessary restrictions and is arbitrary in grandfathering in certain geographies. And the very least, please grandfather in all short-term rentals. As is, my home as a short-term rental brings joy to visitors, generates income for the Half Moon Bay community, allows me as a senior citizen to keep the home, and is an overall asset to the community. That's my mom's statement. If I may speak a few words for my own, I would be grateful. I just want to say I love Half Moon Bay. Whenever I'm out there contributing to the community. I'm picking up trash on the beach, plastic bags full of it. My niece taught me that. So the coastal trail is a national treasure. I'm a birder. Wave Crest, close to where we live, is an international treasure. And I'm both proud and humbled to be able to share our home with visitors from around the world who can't afford to stay other places. Thank you.
Thanks, Sabrina. Next, we have Ray Olson. Ray, you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, City Council. I think I sent you a note with my suggestions on our STR ordinance. So let me begin. My next door neighbor has turned his entire house into a motel. And these last 2 summers have been very difficult for my family and my neighbors. In the last month alone, I've had to call the sheriffs 3 times due to large parties in the backyard, when one party had 14 cars parked next to the house with over 30 people inside. This entire summer, my next door neighbor's motel was in business while the owners are living in Hawaii. Honestly, I did not agree to this situation when I signed escrow papers back 18 years ago, and I feel the current Half Moon Bay owners would agree with this as well. I feel like my rights as a single family home owner have been violated. Since our current city ordinance does not directly address the short-term rental property. I believe there's a current precedence that should be used, and that is a definition of a motel. Currently, a motel is allowed to be in a commercial property zone. And I believe the definition of a short-term rental is exactly the same. Please find the difference for me, City Council. So at this time, I believe my neighbor is violating zoning ordinances that have been in place for years in Half Moon Bay. I know that Jill is providing ordinance language to you that merely replicates what was done in Santa Cruz. But as every council member knows, and every resident knows, we are not like Santa Cruz. We are a bedroom community to San Francisco and the San Mateo area with families, not second homes that folks use for vacations and rentals. So our ordinance must meet the needs of the residents and homeowners of Half Moon Bay. Since we are on the coast, I understand we are under some control of the Coastal Commission, and that in other coastal cities, the commission has overridden their voices and demanded that STRs be allowed. But their viewpoint is around allowing affordable rooms for tourists to spend overnight. And currently, we do not have that problem. Occupancy rates are way below 100%. But even if that were an issue, it should be addressed no differently than if STRs didn't exist. We would need to consider other businesses that want to create hotel or motel rooms here on the coast, and there are plenty of projects currently in progress. And that should be the avenue to address any Coastal Commission concern, and we should not bastardize a residential property to become a commercial property. You've read my note to all of you in regards to the additional language that must be added to the ordinance to ensure the safety of this community, and more importantly, to keep this as a family community. And if you do not agree, you must bring this up for the residents to vote on, since they will have a direct impact on what you decide. I know my family will.
Thank you, Ray.
Have complete
Time's up.
living right next to me these last 4 days. Just think about if your family were put into the same position all year long. Sorry, am I over my time?
You are. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ray. Our next speaker is Scott Frazier. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Scott Frazier. I'm a 43 resident. I operate residential and commercial rentals here in the city limits. I offer residential rentals as a priority to low-income families working together with a local agency. I also operate a short-term rental in my own home, which helps me maintain my residency in ever-increasing costs. I try to work with and give to the comprehensive needs of my own community the same way that I have comprehensive needs. I am getting squeezed just as hard as the speakers at the beginning of the session, just sometimes in a different form, but I feel the squeeze nonetheless. Due to the need to have rooms available in my home for my elderly family and visiting adult children who cannot afford local hotels, I need to have these rooms in my house periodically available on my demand, especially when my aunt and uncle come to visit for medical care and the preservation of my aunt's site. I cannot rent them out full time. I am deeply concerned about this ordinance that will be passed, as when it is based on some of the data that appears to be incorrect and not fully vetted or allowed construction through meaningful public input. To be clear, any operator of an STR needs to be good stewards of their property or exit the landlord business if they cannot do so. This is also the case for every sort of landlord, and an ordinance should be comprehensive in nature to address that. Any person who lives on their property at the same time as their guests should not be subject to any sort of STR regulation. Homeowners should be able to determine what sort of co-occupancy is best suited without the city becoming involved in that decision, and this should be without exception. Some of the reasons I think this ordinance needs to be a little bit more vetted before passed. If density is a concern, we should look stronger at the children under 12 exemption. There is no difference in space or consumption between a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old or a 16-year-old. From 6 on, they generally sleep in their own bed and use resources proportioned to that of an adult. I'm really concerned about, for some reason, about the mobile home parks, even though I don't have one. Kenyatta Cove doesn't even allow any kind of rental, much less a short-term rental. You have to be an owner occupant. But if these short-term rentals are good tools for people to have extra income and the park decides to allow it, why shouldn't these repressed homeowners be able to do it? I don't understand that. It should not be the requirement that all occupancies of the occupants of the property be listed as an operator. Whether a legal licensed operator shares a portion of the home with another adult is their private right, and that should not be recorded or documented under any circumstances. Privacy concerns aside, I can see no value listing an owner's 18-year-old daughter or handicapped 80-year-old father as an operator. 300-gallon water use seems a little bit arbitrary, should be done by the bedrooms. There's a declining number of STR already, and this is happening organically. The more the home prices go up and the rents match, the less STR you're going to have. I've submitted you a scaled down document earlier today that brought up a couple points that the STRs are going away organically, and I hope you guys will read it. It's a good model for persons to periodically share some of their home space to offset expenses. I book a lot of nights. My prices are the lowest in town. They are because I look for a guaranteed minimum income to stay in my home, not because I have unrealistic expectations of having a high yield return.
Scott, your time is up. If you
Oh,
can.
goodness. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Thanks for
Bye.
your comments, Scott.
Next, we have Karina Leibowitz. Karina, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening again. You heard from me earlier talking about the issue of affordable housing in the city, and I really appreciate the fact that the city has put this front and center as a lens in considering this new ordinance. And I'd like to encourage you to keep that as one of your primary considerations here. My sense is that only primary residence where it's only 6 months of the year seemed a little short to me, but I do understand that that's sort of a balance the city is looking to strike in order to come up with something that's both put some restriction in place, but is also enforceable. I had a question about the restriction on the use of sort of RVs and other sort of mobile units as short-term rentals. It seemed to me that given that one of the issues with affordable housing in the city is that people can't afford to live here, right? People end up being forced to sell and leave because housing is what it is, or jobs don't pay very highly, and so it doesn't make it, certain types of jobs don't pay highly, so it doesn't make it tenable to stay in the house. That short-term rentals can help sort of offset some of the cost of that. So with that in mind, it seems sort of counterintuitive that full house rentals were allowed, but the ability to put sort of a small like camper on your property and rent that out to get a little extra income wasn't, that you would require somebody to have the funds to build an ADU. So I just kind of had a question about that. It seemed a little counterintuitive. And then the last thing I wanted to mention was just to thank you for paying such close attention to the water use. I think that's very important. And I think that the whole issue of the increased usage of our natural resources by sort of these vacation rentals is a really important thing to continue to stay laser focused on. So thank you about that. That's all.
Thanks, Karina. Next, we have Mike Turn. Mike Turn, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I am related, my Sabrina Wong, who spoke earlier, is my sister-in-law. She did speak about my mother-in-law, Edie, who owns the house in Half Moon Bay. We've had it for 15 years or so. And we've been using it as a family get-together place for all of us to go. We live in the Central Valley. They live down in LA. Some live in Bay Area. We use it as a place to go and gather for family. And it's been great for 15 years. Just only recently, my mother-in-law decided to start doing the Airbnb because it costs a lot of money to have this house. And so she's using it as a way to offset some of her income. So none of us really live there full time. So this
requirement for the 180 days is basically going to put us out of the rental business, I guess, and will put some extra financial stress on my mother-in-law. Now, I understand what Mr. Olson said about having the neighbors next door to him and how they are just ruining his life. And I empathize with that. And I believe something needs to be done to alleviate those concerns. And I think a lot of the things you guys have been talking about, operational requirements, all that kind of stuff to keep the community the way it is great. You know, that's kind of stuff that you need to be doing. And I'm fully on board with that. I guess my only objection would be, of course, the 180-day live-in primary residence, because that hurts us in that way. And that is one of the things that we have been doing, is we talk to our neighbors, we know our neighbors, we've been there, we live there, you know, at times with those neighbors. We know who they are. We try to keep it as friendly as possible. We have a local woman that is a host for us, and she's very insistent that we do what we need to do to keep the neighbors happy. We've also spruced up the house. We actually employed people to make the house look nicer, just for the fact that we can have rentals in there. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing that as much. So we're trying to be an asset to the community. We are giving people work in our community. The people that come and stay there, unlike the people that come to the beach and park all over the neighborhood, the people that stay there do go to the restaurants. They go to the grocery store. They're there for a few days, so they're going to buy stuff from the city itself. So not just the people that we bring in to work for a house or work on the house gives us or allows us to pay back to the community, but the people that do stay there. And again, we try to make sure that we have the right people staying there. And I guess my other thought was that if you know, it would be good to have kind of a situation on a case-by-case situation. So if someone is messing around like Mr. Olson's neighbor, then I think they should definitely be penalized. And those of us who are responsible and are trying to make the neighborhood the same as it always is, and very careful about that, it shouldn't be penalized. And I feel like we are being penalized at this point. And one last thing is, we do rent lower. I think Mr. Frazier was the one that said he rents pretty low, and we do as well. So we do have a lower rent so we can allow more people, not just the people with lots of money, but the people that may just want to come to the beach for a little bit, that don't have a lot of money. We give them that opportunity as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Mike. And last we have Crystalline Heat.
Thank you very much, Council. This is Crystalline, the President and CEO of the Half Moon Bay Coastside Chamber of Commerce. I wanted to give a shout out to Jill and Joe and their team. I've been a part of all but I think one of the meetings that this ordinance has gone through the Planning Commission, and that was very thorough, very talked about, and I want to let the other speakers know that everything that they're bringing up has been discussed at so much length, it's almost ad nauseum. And all of these things have been very much taken into account, and a very mindful approach to trying to find a balance. And although it's easily understandable how some people are upset about the occupancy part of it, about primary occupancy, there's a balance to that scales, in that we do need to keep large corporations from buying up swaths of houses and then renting them out to the people that are you know, having the parties and nobody's around. So all of that's been discussed at length. I have just great appreciation again for Jill and her team and the Planning Commission for going through all of these discussions, and the ordinance that you have in front of you is definitely a very balanced one based off of all of the things that had to be taken into account. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Crystalline. One more speaker, Matthew Dayton.
Hi, everybody. I too, like the last speaker, have been involved in these conversations for a long time. And we moved here in 2010. My mom moved here in 2012. My sister is a teacher here. We think that this ordinance is good, is very good. We believe in it. It's well thought out. It's the right move for our city. We want to protect our city from bad operators, and we want to protect our neighborhoods from turning into SDR, motel land. We agree. But this ordinance will also hurt me and the 3 other STR owners that we've heard from tonight. These people have done it right. Mr. Olson, I feel for you. That person has not done it right. We've respected our neighbors and controlled our guests. This ordinance will also take away valuable TOT revenues from the city. I think there's a way that we can adopt this ordinance, not penalize the responsible operators, and keep valuable TOT revenue in the city. Would you each consider allowing a blanket exception to current operators who have had no complaints within the last 12 months and who are currently paying TOT taxes? We, like everybody else, would still need to be subject to registration, but all compliance and conformity to current standards would be grandfathered, provided we met the condition above. This would serve Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson's next door neighbor, who's been called on by the cops 1,000 times, would not meet this requirement. We're talking about 3 or 4 bad operators who needlessly are polluting the rest of our reputations in this town. This would force the 2 or 3 bad operators to meet the ordinance requirements, as they do have complaints lodged against them, and it would protect those of us who this ordinance would hurt and protect the city from a loss in revenue. I can't see a loser in this. And it's all done by one blanket exception. It's a simple provision, and Joe, I apologize. And Joe, I apologize because you guys have done so much work here. And this is a fantastic ordinance. But I think this one exception, 1% of housing, we have less than 1% of housing in this community that is dedicated to STRs. And I would argue that a majority of the housing that we have here are like mine, which are 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, small units that don't take up main units. So I think that one blanket exception for current operators who have not had complaints and who pay TOT taxes would serve everybody's purpose, and no one would be a loser. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew.
That concludes the public hearing portion, Mayor.
Thank you. Public comment session is now officially closed. Jill, I know you're taking a number of notes on some of these comments. Would you and staff like to respond at this time?
Thank you, Mayor, and we appreciated the comments. I'm sorry if it looked like we weren't. We were absolutely listening. We were typing and looking things up. First of all, we just want to acknowledge our speakers who mentioned having submitted written comments to City Council and to staff. Anything that came our way, Joe packaged it up and made sure that it was conveyed to City Council. So I believe that as of about 6 o'clock tonight, you had everything that we had seen. I know there was a council person who sent us something that had been received, just to make sure that it was conveyed across the board, and we try to be really careful with that. So that's first up. Wanted to get back to Council or Vice Mayor Ruddock on nights per year limits in other cities. I was struggling to find our old spreadsheet, but we have a few data points and then we have some context for it. Generally, what we found across California, and Sarah Clark has worked on quite a few of these ordinances in other cities, and so she's done a lot of research as well. She's seen quite a swing from 30 nights a year as a limit to all the way up to 270. Typically, the limits on nights per year is applied if you have a system where hosted and unhosted are defined differently. And in such a case, we haven't seen any cities that had a number of night per year limit on hosted, or at least I never came upon any. Maybe there's one or two out there, but typically that wasn't really where they were focused. Most of these limitations are on the unhosted or the whole house rental. A few snapshots already mentioned: San Mateo County, which had allowed 180 days a year as a cap on unhosted. San Francisco's, at least from the time that we did this research, was 90. Redwood City was 120. What we were finding though in our research is that over time, the cities were transitioning to the primary residence approach. It was working better for them. So there's a lot of data out there. There's a lot of range. And in fact, Del Mar tried to, I think, limit to, I think it was 100 days a year, and the Coastal Commission denied their application, and they ended up in a lawsuit, and I can't recall where that landed. So it's a touchy matter, and we paid a lot of attention to how that was being done elsewhere. There was a comment about the water demand, 300 gallons per day as an arbitrary amount. And I just need to note that that actually is not an arbitrary amount. That was directly related to our land use plan modeling, which is incredibly detailed and in depth. The average daily water demand for a single family home in Half Moon Bay is only about 160 gallons per day. 300 is certainly in the range of what we see. There's a wide range of water demand, but 300 is actually what we modeled for a single family home plus an accessory dwelling unit, assuming the single family home would use 200 as a conservative model, knowing that average was lower than that. And then we added another 100 gallons per day for the ADU. So we took that as a proxy for what could happen in a primary residence with a short-term rental operating, having also looked at the water demand for those land uses, the actual data. So it's not arbitrary at all. It's a real number, and it's part of our modeling work. We are aware of studies that note that rental rates go up for long-term renters for housing when short-term rental regulations are really permissive and allow what is the higher return on investment, which is short-term rental operations to be permitted for many, many days of the year. So I know you heard some other economic data that this isn't going to help your housing costs, but we know from what we've read about rental rates that there is some pressure on that, and it has been documented in other jurisdictions. I'm going to stop for a second and see if Sarah or Joe had anything. I've got to go back and look at my notes.
I think the only thing that I would add is we heard the comment around the request for phone only notifications as opposed to text notifications. And Jill, you can correct me if I'm getting ahead of myself here, but I think what we could do is ask for preferences when that information is submitted to the city. And that way we can make sure that people are getting notified in the way that they will be most responsive.
Joe, did you have any follow-up items that Sarah and I missed?
No, excuse me. Nothing else. I mean, you touched on everything with trying to cap out maximum days of rental, and we've done a lot of research on that. And apologies that we can't find the charts right now, but I know that in other jurisdictions, some areas that are outside of a coastal zone, this doesn't exactly apply to us, but outside of the coastal zone, they've allowed for unlimited unhosted. So that's also something to keep in mind, where we're mindful for the council. I'm sorry, that we're mindful that we're listening to what our community is saying about, trying to regulate how often people are just unhosted indefinitely. But other than that, no, I've got nothing.
The survey, the survey results were included as an attachment to the council staff report. There definitely was a trend in that, in the responses we received, showing much more concern about unhosted or whole house rentals. And so that was also influenced the Planning Commission in their work on this.
Was there anything else from staff? Is that it? Okay. Well, that was a lot of information to take in, wasn't it? We have now hit our council deliberations. Who would like to begin? Councilmember Reddick, please.
I have to admit that I think some of the individuals we heard from, like including Ray Olson, have a point. So, what I heard at the beginning was that STR should be subordinate to primary residential uses. I don't see that we've accomplished that. We're basically allowing our residential neighborhoods to become mixed use districts. And instead of using zoning to do it, we're just coming up with an ordinance. We're not doing it by zoning. I'm guessing that might have issues related to CEQA. I'm not sure why. I'd like that question answered as to why we're not zoning for it. But if you're allowing homes to be used as vacation rentals 365 days a year, and only somebody has to be there hosting it for half the year, that doesn't strike me as making STR subordinate to residential uses. You're basically turning residential neighborhoods into commercial mixed use districts by allowing 365 days a year, full house rentals, and large periods of unhosted rentals. So I don't think the Planning Commission went far enough in terms of preserving residential uses first. Yeah, we require it to be a primary residence. That's kind of a legalistic thing we've done. But people can be absent for 6 months a year and can rent out the whole house. That's not good enough for me. I'd rather have us reduce the number of unhosted nights. I'd like us to reduce the number of people allowed from 8 to 6. I want us to count children. I want us to really consider in our deliberations tonight, is this really subordinate to residential use of our neighborhoods? I don't think it is. I'm glad to hear there's some great operators in town. That's really nice. The reason you regulate is not for the good operators, it's for the bad operators. So yes, we have to regulate it. Yes, we have to, maximize public access to the coast. But I don't see that we have to turn our residential neighborhoods into fully mixed use districts. And I think that's what this ordinance is doing. The reason why we had so many people tonight at the beginning talking about unaffordability is because as a society, we've turned houses into assets instead of dwelling units, instead of shelter. And so we've allowed speculation and asset bubbles to put housing out of reach for most people. And here we are allowing houses to be used as assets again, to produce income instead of providing shelter. People could make some money by doing home shares, do like hip housing, for instance. they could rent out for a year or 6 months, or even on a month-to-month basis to people who need housing. So, you know, I'm kind of unhappy with the proposal. I know the commission's worked long and hard, and I know staff has worked long and hard and crafted, you know, quite a complex ordinance. I don't see how we'll really enforce it, given that we have one person doing, you know, code enforcement. But I don't think we've accomplished this. STRs are subordinate to residential use. You know, the idea of allowing so much of the year rental full houses, unhosted, a lot of people in the homes, it's problematic for me. And then we face the prospect of these housing bills passing and being signed by the governor, you know, that would allow people to subdivide residential lots into, under one bill, as many as 10 units. Another bill, 4 units plus, which could be actually more than that if it's duplexes, and each one gets an ADU, and then these become sites, and each one of those can have an STR. You know, so it immediately seems to, you know, the potential is to get out of control. I think resource constraint, natural resource constraints like water and things will inhibit that. And Scott Fraser mentioned that, yes, you know, people are renting, and there's this organic, you know, decline in STR. Maybe so, but I don't think we're accomplishing the protection of residential uses here with the terms that we've struck. Maybe there's been a compromise between competing interests in the community, but it's not really accomplishing the goal. So I'd rather see us limit unhosted, and I'd like to see us limit to 6 people, including children. Yeah, at a minimum. I do have this question of why you think that it's exempt from CEQA. Because if you're really allowing this to become a mixed use district that's unregulated in terms of numbers or nights, it seems to me that that would be subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. So I don't quite understand how you've reached the conclusion that the CEQA is exempt. Now, if you're like limiting unhosted and capping the nights per year, you know, and really making it, you know, something that's supplemental income instead of a thriving year-round business, I can see how it might be exempt from CEQA. I don't see how 365 days a year, any residential site can become a motel, as Mr. Olson pointed out. So, you know, I'm not ready to make a motion to approve this tonight. We need to have this discussion, and I think we need to, you know, postpone for at least another month. So, those are the concerns I have. Also, if you know, if we're basically allowing it to operate as a motel 365 days a year, what's to stop like Marriott from buying up a bunch of houses, bringing in a long-term tenant, you know, who's, you know, because he has a long-term contract, maybe it's year by year or two, from operating short-term rentals. I mean, if they can make a business go 365 days a year, why not buy up the properties? Why wouldn't some corporation want to come in and operate these with their agents, their long-term tenants on site? I'm having a hard time, you know, grappling with that too. So these are issues that have been raised, you know, in my mind over the last couple of weeks, hearing from people and looking at them. So I'll leave it at that.
Councilmember Ruddick. I want to call on Councilmember Penrose and then Councilmember Rarback. I just had one clarifying question for Councilmember Ruddick. In service of direction to staff, you're very specific about reducing the number of people, including children, from 8 to 6. Regarding the number of nights that you would be open to for STR in a year, can you at least give us an estimate? You're talking 3 months, 4 months, you know, how many days?
Well,
are you
know, I
about?
think I agree that it might be hard to actually identify how many nights per year. But I think you can control it by limiting unhosted. Now, why would somebody, if that were their primary residence, be away for 6 months or 4 months? I don't get that either. You know, I can understand why somebody might be away for a month, 30 days, you know, nice long vacation in Europe, you know, with their money that they're getting from, you know, renting out their whole house. But, you know, I don't understand this half a year of unhosted. It seems to me that is easier to enforce. And I see that Eureka and Santa Cruz, Eureka's 60 days and Santa Cruz is 30 days unhosted. That makes more sense to me. 180 days, half a year, you know, no. Again, if you don't have to be there 6 months a year, I don't see how your business is subordinate to your residential use. Another thing.
Well, okay, I'll take it from the other direction then. How many days hosted would you like to see? 90 days, 60 days? I mean, what do you think is reasonable?
I think unhosted should be no more than 90 days.
Okay.
I'd prefer 60. I'd prefer only to go to 90. I think 120 is too much. It's just, again, it's not really a residential property. If most of the time, you know.
I just wanted to get a sense of what that baseline, no more than 90, let's just say for now. Let's see. I just need for other folks to react to some of this. So again, we'll get clear on direction. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Councilmember Penrose.
Yes, I am in total agreement with Councilmember Ruddock. I absolutely believe that we have neighborhoods that are neighborhoods, and they are not motel / single family resident neighborhoods. They are zoned to be single family residences. That's what they should remain. I don't object to the unhosted for several months out of the year, and that number I'm not sure about, but people do go on vacations, and people should be allowed to leave and go on a vacation for a month, 2 months, 3 months, something like that. Certainly capping it somewhere around 90 days makes sense to me. But I think that the remainder of the year, any short-term rentals should be hosted. And it should be hosted by the person who owns that or who uses it as their primary residence, not by some other operator. So either the person who owns it and lives there, or the person who owns it and rents it out, the person who is renting it can be considered the host. In terms of the number of occupants at the time, I think 8 is a reasonable number. And I say that because I think that often people will come to two parents with 4 children. You could have 2 couples with a couple of kids. I think 8 is a reasonable number. We could also break that down to say no more than 6 adults and no more than 4 children. I don't know how to break that number down, but I would like to see it capped. The other question I have is about enforcement. If somebody is operating so that there are 3 complaints in a matter of a month to the police, and how does the city get wind of that? Do we have an obligation on the part of the neighbor to report that, or is it up to the police to report to the city that there have been complaints? But in terms of our enforcing our permit and our registration process, the city has to be informed in an official way so that we can follow through on it. And those are my main thoughts right now.
Thank you, Councilmember Penrose. Councilmember Rohrback, please.
I agree very much with what Debbie and Deborah both said. I would like to limit unhosted nights to, I would say, 60 nights a year. Because exactly for the reasons that Debbie said, that we want to be able to allow people to use their assets, but not in a way that really makes it so that housing stock is slighted. I'm not saying this very eloquently, but I think you get the idea that the important thing is that we don't turn our neighborhoods into motels or certainly what Crystalline said, that at the very minimum, the proposed ordinance would prohibit big companies from coming in and buying up entire single family houses. But I think we should require rentals to be hosted. And if somebody was to go away for 30 or even 60 days, wanted to rent out a room or even the whole house for that time, but not 180 days, and certainly not allowing unlimited unhosted. That just seems to me to fly against everything that we want to do about housing. Thank you.
Councilmember Rohraback. Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you. I completely agree. You know, Vice Mayor Ruddock made some very strong points about what's going on in our community. Today, for about an hour, we've heard from our community about the need for housing. What is happening and what I see happening, you know, with this TR, you know, we are losing housing for community. We know the people have been evicted from apartment buildings, from houses that are now being rented as STR. I mean, it's affecting our community. We're thinking about hosting, you know, visitors, but we are not even able to attend to our needs of housing in Half Moon Bay. Come on, you heard from Angel, you know, Angel today. All the transition he had to go from his parents' bed to sleeping on the floor, to sleeping with his aunt, to moving into the laundry room, and then moving away, you know, to a nearby town so he can have a place to sleep. And we are thinking about, you know, short-term rentals, you know, trying to make a decision. I mean, or how we're gonna use them, how families in Half Moon Bay can make an income out of that. I'm okay with that. You know, if they need the income, I'm okay with that. It's an extra source of income. I know many of us can use it, you know, the extra source of income, you know, it's always needed. You heard from one of the other speakers, you know, not having able to, you know, to take a second job, even though they need a second job, but because they also have to raise a kid, you know, a son. So there's a lot of things happening, you know. I'm not ready to make a decision. You know, my concern is that we need to think about what the first hour of today's meeting, you know, was being addressed, housing, you know, for our community. Thinking about, Sarah talked about what could be happening the next 5 to 10 years. You know, if we make a decision on this ordinance, how is that going to look like in 5 to 10 years? We're going to have a lot of short-term rentals in Half Moon Bay. You know, people are going to see, people are going to find out, you know, how much, you know, income they can make, you know, bringing in $10,000 a month, you know, on the short-term rentals compared to, you know, what people are paying rents right now, $4,000 at the, you know, I mean, that in 4,000 is expensive for rent. We have done a lot of studies around Half Moon Bay, you know, how families live. I personally seen it, you know, I visit the community, you know, not every day, but on a weekly basis, I'm visiting, you know, community members, and I see how they live. It's heartbreaking, you know, that I get to see even the living room. It's a living area. Either they use a curtain to separate, or they use a big entertainment center to separate the living room for somebody to live there, and not just one person, but a family. So no, one of the things that it was shown today, you know, Joe put it on the, you know, part of the presentation, or priority, you know, for City Council, City of Half Moon Bay, #1 has been for the last 8 years at least, affordable housing. And it's coming very difficult to have that, to be able to offer that. We know it's not that easy, you know, to provide, to be able to build affordable housing in Half Moon Bay. But, you know, these short-term rentals is not making it easier anyways. It might bring some revenue, you know, TOT, yes. But to what expense? To more evictions? In 5 to 10 years, Half Moon Bay is going to be, I mean, one of the first presentations, you know, age-friendly community, 55 and older. So we're going to have retired community with short-term rentals and commuters. Yes, a sleeper community. What happened to the families? So there's a lot of things, you know, listening to the presentation. By the way, it was a really good presentation. I learned a lot. But, you know, not ready to make a decision. There's a lot of things we have to talk about before we make a decision on this ordinance. A lot of things we have to cover. You know, I know on our own way, we are trying to figure out a way to, you know, to provide housing in our community. We're doing a lot of work. I'm personally doing a lot of work around that. Trying to find ways of how reaching out to different other organizations, other groups out of the area. You know, finding a connection of, you know, the City of Half Moon Bay, you know, to the county or to other groups, to other counties, other cities. So there's a difficult decision to make. You know, no more than 60 days, you know, 90 days is 3 months. I've never been on a vacation for more than a month, so I don't know what it feels like to be on a vacation for 3 months. So, you know, I think the most I've been on vacation has been, I think 3 weeks, not even a month. So, and not recent, you know, nothing recent. It was when I was in college. So, and then again, we have, you know, someone like Mr. Olson who had, you know, to endure, you know, that next door, you know, the noise, all the problems calling the sheriffs. So there's a few other things that we need to talk about before, you know, I look into approving something like this. So I'm not ready yet. There's other there. My concern is a lot of other things. My concern is that community we have in Half Moon Bay, the ones in need of housing. That's my concern. But no, great presentation. I did learn a lot, and I read the emails that we received, you know, from the community, and I see their point. You know, people that have, you know, their source of income. I understand that, but I'm not ready yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Jimenez. Yeah, I think you raised some good points, everybody. It was a great presentation, but I am looking at the long term, and I'd rather right now put a nail in policies that are going to create speculative enterprise later on. And everything I read in the business sections are these consortiums of folks buying up properties, especially in areas like this. And they're not buying them up with the intention to even rent them out for years. They want to make as much money as possible and look for these short-term rental markets, etc. And we may want to encourage people to rent rooms, to rent parts of their house, but that's what provides housing for other people, to Councilmember Jimenez's point, so people can have a place to live for a year and feel secure with a lease. That's not what short-term rentals provides. And we have to be aware of what the Coastal Commission will approve or not. But what I'm hearing is a very consistent voice on this council that we are very concerned about the preservation of residential neighborhoods here that have been here for a long time and seeing them being chipped away. And it is hard to enforce how many days people are or are not. So I'd rather have a conservative number. Maybe I could live with 90, but I prefer 60 days as well. I prefer less people. Not too long ago, I was visiting Portland with my family, and it was an Airbnb. And wow, did they have strict enforcement, obviously, going on there, because came into this place and it said, you can't hang out in the driveway in between the homes after sundown or even earlier than that. Can't be making noise on your patios after 7:30 or 8 o'clock. I mean, they obviously have had a lot of issues. And as a community, we're saying, if we're going to have any of these Airbnbs, we really need the owners to enforce good behaviors and insist on it. So it was right there before we even rented, but all these limitations were going to be quite clear. So so back to staff, do you have enough guidance here as to what the consensus is on this council? Because it seems like there's a fairly consistent message about how many people in Airbnb.
Mayor, I can go ahead and start. I saw
Yes.
Jill looking at her notes, but I'll let her pop in as well. I don't know if there was a clear consensus, but the two most important points we heard, I think we have enough direction to come back with a revised ordinance. And that was a limit on unhosted nights and to take a look at the max number of people and potentially include children and move that down to 6. I don't know if we need consensus. We heard enough, and we can bring that back with options, and you could make that final decision at the next first reading, whether it's 60 days or 90 days. But I think we heard enough. So then I'll turn it over to Jill and Sarah to see if they also heard enough for us to bring that back, unless we missed something. But those were the two main points. Councilmember Ruddock brought them up first, and we heard every council member agree with those 2 points. There may not have been agreement on 6 or 8 or 60 or 90, but I think we were close enough that we can bring something back.
Okay. Thank you, City Manager. We did want to respond to a couple things in the record, but I know it's late. We could come back and respond to the question about zoning versus regulation, as well as CEQA, and make all that very clear. This is actually part of the zoning code, and we can review how that's working and as intended as a land use regulation that way. Joe can touch on when we come back on the communication that we have with the sheriff and how we see this working. And we're very confident about how we would communicate with each other about this. He also reminded me, and I do want to put this in the room because I think it's really important. He gets frequent calls, and so do planners from real estate agents asking about their listings because they need to disclose to buyers about whether or not they can operate property as a short-term rental. And it's a difficult answer right now. But we're being very clear that we have a code on the books, and that's coming forward. And if the primary residence requirement is kept, that is at least something that we're able to communicate. Now, we would also, if we had a draft ordinance with other provisions in it, we will make sure to communicate that, because we know we think we've stopped some buyers from just speculating for purchase for an STR because they saw how much work had been done through the Planning Commission process that was not going to support a 365-day of the year unhosted STR. So we just want you to know that there's a lot of communication that goes on, and we're really careful with it. We are in communication with our Coastal Commission colleagues up in the San Francisco office. They're reviewing the ordinance that you're looking at tonight. We were going to have a follow-up discussion with them after this meeting, and so we shall do so. I definitely heard somewhere in the realm of 60 to 90 days with a preference to fewer. We expect to get a lot of pushback on that, and we'll bring you something, and we'll see how that goes. But that's just, we understand your preference, and we think we understand theirs, so we'll try to work that out. But it's the council's prerogative to submit to the Coastal Commission your preference. This is your application for an LCP amendment. So we want to help you get what you want with that.
Jill, if
Yeah.
if there's going to be a lot of pushback, as you say, from commission, I would definitely start with 60 days, not 90. Just
noted. No, we heard your preference loud and clear. No, it was really clear.
Okay.
And then there was one topic that came up, and then you didn't discuss it, and we just don't want to miss it if we come back to you on September 7th, which was concerned about lot splits and whether or not we'd have minimum lot sizes. We were already studying that when we were working with the Planning Commission. We can have a paragraph about that in our staff report. I think those were the key pieces. It's really focused. We're very comfortable with this. We know what to do.
One last check with council members. Are you all okay with that? That that's what staff will come back to us, that they've heard us. Just want to be sure. Yeah.
And Mr. Mayor, I have one more comment, and just then a process suggestion on when someone's ready to make a motion. So just one more comment. I saw it in my notes. I didn't want to forget it. Maybe a clarification for some of the comments we heard from the public. Many of the comments we heard made the comment about the TOT revenue that their STRs generate for the city, which is true. We charge the same amount on STRs that are charged on hotel rooms. But I just wanted to make a point that in the grand scheme of things, I think the revenue generated from STRs is probably maybe 4% of our total revenue, our total transiency occupancy tax revenue. So the lion's share, over 95%, is from the hotels. And I would argue that there is a cost, as you're seeing tonight, in terms of us administering STRs. And with this ordinance, I see that cost of our administration only going up. And so the argument that the revenue generated pays for itself, I think, is probably a dubious argument. We will have a cost to administrate this. And so maybe that's something else we consider. But I just wanted to make that clarifying point. And then on process, this was noticed as a public hearing. And so our recommendation would then be that you continue this hearing to a date certain, and we would recommend September 7th. based on other items that we have coming up on future council agendas. I did hear some discussion from a couple of you that maybe you wanted more time. Councilmember Jimenez certainly made some comments about needing some time, but our recommendation would be we would be ready to come back in 2 weeks on September 7th for your first reading.
Great. Thank you for those clarifications. Bob, would someone like to make a motion?
I move that we table this ordinance to September 7th to discuss or move what we were talking about today, limiting the number of unhosted nights available.
Harvey, I think the right phrase is to continue it. To table it might put it off for.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to move to continue this first reading of the amendment till September 7th.
Well said. Can I get a second?
Second.
Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Rodak?
Is that me? I didn't.
Yes.
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 Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick?
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Fantastic. Well, we've been going for another 2 hours, goes by fast. So we've been going for 2 hours. I suggest we take a little break here till, let's see, Tam got to do the math. How about 11:15? Does that work for everyone? Come back at 11:15.
How about 11:10?
That's 3 minutes. I'll go for 11:15.
How many items do we have? I thought we were continuing the hazard mitigation plan. I think we're only doing the council raise.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true.
Mr. Mayor, we do have the item on the hazard mitigation plan. The recommendation before you was to actually adopt it. And so what we decided to do was to actually not adopt it tonight, but to allow your council to have a short presentation from staff so that when it came back in November, you could adopt it then, and it would be potentially even on the consent calendar. So we were ready to make a short presentation tonight, but without, just to take your feedback, but without any action to adopt the document tonight.
Right, just to take comments, and that'll eventually need state OES approval anyway.
Here's a comment tonight. I think we need a separate meeting to discuss this. I'm not prepared to give in that item tonight.
For the hazard mitigation.
Yeah.
We're talking about.
If that's the desire of the council, then we could continue that item to a future date, uncertain.
Let's continue it.
Bob, remember, this will be submitted for review by the end of the month. August 31st is the deadline, just so there's clarity on that.
So
we're in a public comment period right now on the countywide hazard mitigation plan. So if we want to incorporate yours or public comments, we only have a few weeks to do that. I'm sorry, not a few weeks, a week.
Okay. So what's the impact?
Mr. Mayor and members of council, the impact would be if you continue it tonight, and I don't think that's necessarily unusual. There's 37 entities involved in this document, and certainly not all of them are receiving a public hearing in front of their bodies and taking input. But I think what they're saying to you is if you elect to do it that way, when it comes back, you're in a position to just simply adopt the document. We're a partner with 37 other agencies, and we would not be in a point at that point to give input. At that point, you would be asked to adopt the document, and that would put us in a place to have a completed document along with the county. This is a county-led document, and put us in a position to be eligible for certain funds through FEMA. So that's the two choices here. If you want meaningful input into the document, we would then recommend to schedule a special meeting before the deadline. If you choose to continue it, then and just accept the document when it comes back, that would be a way a lot of other cities are approaching it.
Yeah, I frankly, if staff really thought it was worth us spending some time on this and creating some input, it should not have been on this agenda following an ADU discussion, right? So as far as I can tell, it's just going to be adopted by everybody anyway. And I'm not prepared to, I think it's important material, but I'm not going to just take a short presentation and spend 10 minutes giving you some input on it. So we might as well just continue it, use it as a chance to walk people through it, because there's some very interesting maps in there about tsunami hazards and flooding. And it's actually a very complicated document. I don't think, anything is gained tonight by spending 15 minutes on this thing, frankly.
So how about we continue that to September 7th? Do we need a vote on that, or does anyone disagree?
Mr. Mayor, my recommendation would be that you not set the date. September 7th is after, again, that would be after the ability for us to have input, and it won't be ready for your approval. So we will bring it back when it's ready for your approval. And at that time, as Councilmember Ruddick says, although there isn't the opportunity for input, we still could go have a presentation and educate the council and the public about what is in the document.
I see what you're saying. Great.
I hear that that would still be important, so we would still do that.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
We'll continue to a future date. Everyone agree with that? Anyone have any problems with that? Just want to be sure. Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, that just leaves one item on tonight's agenda. Is council compensation increase. We could again take a little break, or we can just get a staff report and
I'm prepared to make a motion. I mean, we're not helping ourselves right now anyway. It's off into 2023, and it's actually been a raise that's postponed. And I just think it's kind of a no-brainer.
Great.
We're still working mostly for free, so I would move that we adopt the resolution next in order.
Vice Mayor Reddick, we do need to open a public hearing.
But you need a public hearing, that's right.
Sorry.
So I think if there's a public hearing.
Mayor, would you like me to just state what the item is and forego the staff report, and then we can go ahead and open the public hearing?
Great.
All right, so this is an ordinance amending the city's municipal code to increase the council member salary by 30%. It's currently at $735 a month, and it would be increased under this proposal to $955.50 per month, which is basically provided by statute. That's the maximum that state law would provide, because state law caps annual raises at 5% per year. It would go into, if approved, it would go into effect January 2023, because also under state law requires an intervening council election. So that is the proposal and the ordinance before you tonight.
Thank you very much. We'll now open for public comment.
See no public speakers, Mayor.
No public speakers. We will now close our public comment session. Any discussion by council, or would you like to entertain a motion? That's fine. Do I hear a motion? Do I hear a motion, please?
Move for staff report.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Did I move for staff report?
I thought what we just did was in lieu of a staff report.
I think it was a move per staff recommendation.
Recommendation. Thank you. Heard a motion to adopt the staff
Second.
recommendation. Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose,
Councilmember Penrose, I think you're on mute.
Vice Mayor Reddick,
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. All right, moving on to commission committee updates. Any commission committee updates? No, yes, no.
We have none.
Thank you. Future discussion for agendas, Councilmember Penrose.
Yes, I recently attended a county meeting run by Mike Callaghy, our county manager, and attended by several hundred elected officials, where we got a very harrowing, scary report about the current COVID situation, especially about the Delta variant, which is so quickly contagious and affecting children and increasing the number of deaths and increasing the number of hospitalizations and reversing what we thought was a wonderful decline in the number of COVID cases here in our county. I put the question to Dr. Morrow, our county medical health official, of what his thinking was on large outdoor gatherings, thinking in terms of the Pumpkin Festival in particular. And his response was, well, they're legal, although I personally wouldn't attend one. Now, if the chief medical officer in the county is afraid to come to the Pumpkin Festival, my sense is that the council should be talking very seriously about not having the Pumpkin Festival this year, as much as that's heartbreaking for all of us in terms of the revenue, in terms of the hotel stays, in terms of restaurants, and in terms of the vendors, and especially in view of the fact that the Beautification Committee has worked so very hard on this very important annual event that we have here. But I am scared. And I think a lot of people that I've spoken to are just as scared. So I would like to ask that we put this on our next agenda for council discussion.
And I agree because I think September 7th is a good time. It's probably the latest time, but we would know the trend of COVID. If things are getting better, then we would probably continue. But if things are lousy, that's about the last time that we would have to cancel the event. So I agree with Councilmember Penrose that we should discuss it on September 7th.
Yeah, I agree with, thank you to Dr. Penrose for bringing that up. I've actually been, told by several people their concerns about the Pumpkin Festival. It's like people don't really have issues with, the outdoor dining and, some of the things like make it Main Street, but people are worried about the scale of the Pumpkin Festival. And I think Harvey's point that we'll know more in early September, I think is right. I mean, I saw reports today that in California, it seems like things are stabilizing and starting to, looks like they're starting to decline. And they expect it, to have more information about that in early September. So I think Harvey's right about that. In general, outdoor activities, people need them. There's air circulation. My only, concern was maybe the scale of this particular event. And in terms of draw, not understanding it's a smaller thing, that sort of thing. So. I'm
Good.
happy to discuss it.
I would as well, and I will make an attempt to bring an expert speaker in from an expert epidemiologist if they're available from Stanford Health, where I might be able to contact someone, because yes, it's outdoors, but it's a high density issue and 4 small blocks. And I'd like to hear a little more about what kind of risks that presents to participants in terms of transmission, breakthroughs. You know, there's a lot of data out there now, so I think that would be very valuable to hear, if possible. So I hope make a decision. I understand people wanting to make their choices. It's a tough choice. You know, I don't want to have the reputation of enabling a super spreader event. And on the other hand, I appreciate, you know, a lot of people put time and effort into planning this, and there's money for nonprofits out of it. But let's try and make a well-educated decision in the public health interest. So thank you, Council Member Penrose, for mentioning it and for bringing that up. Okay, terrific. Any items, City Council reports at this point? Nope. I think
I would just
have-
like to note that this was a very huge agenda tonight with a lot of sensitive items, and I thought staff's planning on the consent calendar, the information provided was well done. And I thought Jill and her staff made an excellent presentation and was able to boil down a lot of complex information to some very simple, understandable, slides and concepts. So I think well done, well run meeting, Mr. Mayor. I thought it all happened pretty well tonight. Thank you.
I appreciate all the participation from the public. We had at least 90 minutes of public comments today, so I think that's great participation. And I think that's it. Anything I'm forgetting here? City Manager, I think I've got it all. Jessica, okay. This meeting is hereby adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks. Good night.
Thanks, everyone. Good night.
Good night.
Night.